Mr. President, we are ready for you to begin the board meeting. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Chicago Board of Education meeting. Today is January 27th, 2021. We are holding today's meeting electronically via Zoom. However, I would like to note that we have a few board members and senior leadership who are physically present in the boardroom. Per Governor Pritzker's latest disaster proclamation, we are permitted to have no more than 10 people in person for our public meeting. I'm happy to be back in the boardroom and to be seeing at least some of my fellow board members in person. I'm Miguel Del Valle. On behalf of my fellow board members, thank you for joining us today. The regular meeting of Wednesday, January 27th, 2021 is hereby called to order. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. President. Member Rome?
Here.
Member Todd Breland?
Here.
Member Truss?
Here.
Vice President Reveluri?
Here.
Member Sotelo?
Here.
And President Del Valle?
Here.
We have 6 members present. There is a quorum. I would like to note that Board Member Rome, Board Member Todd Breland, Board Member Truss, and President Del Valle are physically present in the boardroom. And I would also like to acknowledge our CEO, Dr. Janice Jackson, who is currently logging in. She's present in the boardroom. Joseph Moriarty, our General Counsel, who is in the boardroom. Latanya McDade, our Chief Education Officer in the boardroom, as well as Arnie Rivera, our Chief Operating Officer. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I would like to open with a statement, and I'm reading a statement on behalf of the entire board. Since the pandemic started, we have heard from families, teachers, students, and community members through emails, office hours, community meetings, and social media. We've heard from people who passionately believe we should reopen schools immediately and those who think we should wait. We've read stories of children thriving under remote learning and those who are struggling. We've seen the district take the lead in providing tens of millions of meals for Chicago families, partner with private industry in the city to address the digital divide, and partner with community organizations to connect with students and make sure they were attending school. It's been 10 very long months since we stopped in-person school for most of our students, and we find ourselves at an inflection point. The board sincerely wants to come to an agreement with CTU on in-person instruction. A strike would be devastating for our students, our parents, our community, who have already endured so much over the last 10 months. We believe our teachers truly want to continue to deliver high-quality instruction to our students, and that they know how debilitating a strike would be for students whose progress and well-being has already been impacted by COVID. COVID has seriously affected many of those in our CPS family, and we acknowledge the very real fear that the pandemic has caused for our communities. It's in everyone's best interest to come to an agreement that provides a path forward. The board also believes that we should be moving towards more opportunities to safely pursue in-person instruction. And in fact, we believe that it's everyone's goal, students, families, and our principals, teachers, and staff. We know that teachers, principals, and staff have made heroic efforts to implement and improve remote learning since we started in the spring. And it's significantly better than when we started as a result. We also know that despite these significant efforts, it's not working for everyone, and we need to find a path back to in-person instruction for more students. There are many students and families that are counting us to do just that. One common point of confusion has been about the board's role in the reopening process. CPS, in close partnership with CDPH and the mayor's office developed a comprehensive and detailed reopening plan. The board has worked with CPS to clarify and strengthen its different components and elevate the concerns of the public heard through meetings, emails, and office hours. We would also like to clarify that we are voting on a resolution today that is an extension of financial authority that was already granted to the CPS management team at the beginning of the pandemic. The additional extension of this financial authority allows CPS management to bypass some of the more time-intensive rules, in other words, saving valuable time, to be responsive to the ongoing challenges of the pandemic. This resolution has been used to quickly procure things like air filters and start the surveillance testing program, things that under our general procurement process would take several months, and we can't afford to allow that to happen as a board. In order to be able to provide the resources associated with a safe return to in-person school, the CPS management team will need this continued delegated authority. In summary, we believe that we will need real partnership with the CTU, our management team, our family, our principals, our lunchroom and security staff, our clerks, our engineers, our custodians, and with our community partners to collectively mitigate the impact of the COVID-19 that the COVID-19 continues to have on our communities, and most importantly, on our students. An agreement would be a signal of that authentic partnership that we will need as we move forward to heal together.
Mr. President, if I may just interject before you proceed, I'd like to also acknowledge Tia Hawthorne, our honorary student board member.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let's proceed. The order of the meeting will be as follows: honoring excellence, CEO remarks, remarks from the Chief Education Officer, committee updates and announcements, public participation via electronic format, presentations on charter renewals and reopening, discussion of public agenda items, vote on public agenda items, vote on executive session items, and then adjournment. Dr. Jackson, we are ready for your remarks.
I think it's honoring excellence.
Okay, I was told that we were changing the order, but okay.
Yeah, we'll have honoring excellence, proceed with CEO remarks,
Okay.
and then we'll have
I see.
Chief Education remarks.
I see that. That's clarified then. Chief McDade, please proceed with honoring excellence.
Thank you, President Del Valle. Good morning. We will begin today's Board of Education meeting by honoring a CPS student who has stepped up in an amazing way during the pandemic. 7-year-old Haley Orlinsky, a student at Garvey Elementary School, has made national news for the work she has done to support Ann and Robert H. Lurie Children's Hospital and other healthcare centers since the onset of COVID-19. Last spring, when we first were under a stay-at-home order in Chicago, Haley saw news reports about doctors and nurses who were running low on masks and other PPE. She decided to take one of her favorite pastimes, making friendship bracelets, and turn it into a way to help. Haley's original goal was to raise $200 for Lurie through the sale of her bracelets. To date, she has sold 10,000 bracelets and raised more than $27,000. Haley's bracelet campaign has been featured in People magazine and the New York Times, and has caught the attention of celebrities like Drew Barrymore and Carrie Underwood. She was also nominated for a 2020 Red Cross Youth Hero Award and has been admitted into the Chicago History Museum's virtual COVID-19 exhibit. We could not be more proud to count this extraordinary young lady among our CPS family. Thank you, Haley, for showing all of us that you are never too young to make a difference. We are fortunate enough to have Haley joining us at our meeting today. Haley, would you like to say a few words about why you decided to start making your friendship bracelets?
Haley, can you please unmute? Haley, you can hit the *6 on your phone. There you go.
Hi there, here's Haley. Hi, thank you so much for having me. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Haley. So yes, thank you so much for having me. So as you mentioned, I go to Garvey School, go Bulldogs, and yes, I'll tell you how I started starting this project. So originally, back in March, when we were under the stay-at-home order, my mom was watching the news, and I overheard that the doctors and nurses were running out of masks and other PPE equipment. So I really wanted to help, but I didn't know how. So I ran out to my room and made friendship bracelets, and I told my mom I want to sell them and raise money for one of the hospitals. And today, my original goal was $200. Today, I've made almost $45,000.
Wow.
Does anybody have any questions for me?
I have a question.
What's your question?
My question is, have you always made friendship bracelets, or did you just figure this out? Is this a new skill that you've picked up during this time?
So yeah, in March, my friend originally taught me how to do it on FaceTime.
That's cool. This is awesome, Haley. We are so proud of you.
Thank you.
Haley,
I'm proud to represent CPS.
we're so grateful that you are, Haley. Can you tell us how we can buy the bracelets if we want to support your work?
So my mom can send the link to CPS, and you could put it in your newsletters, or you could Google my name.
That's a great suggestion, Haley. Thank you so much. We're so proud of you.
Hey, Haley,
Thank you.
Haley, I could see you already have a marketing plan. We're very, very proud of you, and the fact that it sounds like you're very proud to represent CPS and students in CPS.
Yes, I am really proud.
It's wonderful, wonderful. Thank you very much for what you've done.
Thank you.
You're an exceptional student, and we love you.
Thanks, Haley.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
President Del Valle, that concludes honoring excellence.
Well, thank you, Chief McDade. It was great to hear that. We all needed to hear something like that today. So thank you. Thank you very much. It serves as a reminder of not only the work that we do, but the fact that we have so many exceptional students. I referred to Haley as an exceptional student, but CPS is full of exceptional students. So thank you for honoring Haley today. CEO Dr. Jackson, we are ready for your remarks.
All right. Thank you, President Del Valle. And I couldn't agree more with your comments about Haley. I want to begin today with some prepared remarks and provide an update to families and staff regarding the district's reopening plan. Yesterday, after learning that CTU had directed its members who have been safely teaching in person since the beginning of this month to stay home, the district notified families in our pre-K and cluster programs that they should remain home today. As an educator and a mother of a CPS student, I am greatly concerned for our students and families who have already dealt with so much adversity this past year. Our parents need options, and we understand those have to be safe options. Yesterday, I hosted a roundtable speaking to parents from the far South Side CAC and heard a variety of stories about the impact of remote learning in the pandemic as a whole on their families. And we heard varying perspectives about the return to school plan. And the one thing that's clear is that this is a very personal decision for families. But as the board stated in its remarks, the district remains committed to providing every family with a choice, and health and safety is paramount and has to be at the core of any plan. Our negotiation team has been meeting with CTU leadership for months to reach an agreement, and our goal has always been to address the concerns and prevent any disruption to student instruction throughout the year. And despite meeting over 60 times, we now find ourselves in a place where union leadership has decided that the students and staff who have been safely learning in the classroom together for the past 3 weeks should suddenly stop. We have provided the union with an updated comprehensive proposal, which addresses most of the union's remaining concerns. I would like to outline some of those updates today for the board. First, we have committed to expanding surveillance testing program and telework accommodations for staff, and prioritizing vaccinations for communities hardest hit by COVID. Under the district's new proposal, we are going to offer rapid COVID testing to all school-based employees twice a month. We will begin offering free monthly COVID testing for students who attend in the zip codes with the 10 highest COVID positivity rates. And when the district begins receiving vaccines directly from the federal government, we will also prioritize vaccinating staff who have been working in those hardest hit communities, as well as staff who have the greatest exposure. The district is also prepared to offer as many medical and caretaker accommodations for telework as possible, while also ensuring that we can provide the quality education in person to our students that they deserve. We have also agreed with union leaders to create district and school level health and safety committees charged with ensuring safety and mitigation measures are implemented with fidelity and consistently. Finally, we have proposed clear guidance for when a classroom pod, a school, or the district should revert to online learning. Under our proposal, should public health officials establish that transmission occurred across 3 separate pods and contact tracing cannot attribute it to an isolated incident, a school will revert to online learning for 14 days. At the district level, in-person learning may be suspended if the district's positivity rate reaches 3% as established by our surveillance testing program. Should that happen, a joint meeting between CPS and CTU's Surveillance Testing Committee will make a recommendation to the CEO and union president to determine if the district should revert to online learning. We're committed to reaching an agreement as quickly as possible, but the truth is we have been aligned with CTU on core elements of the plan for a while now. We will continue to work extremely hard to reach an agreement over the next few days in order to have a safe return to in-person instruction next week. I believe Chicago Public Schools has put together a comprehensive plan and made a commitment to ensure that our kids and staff are safe and healthy. We have invested over $100 million to buy face coverings for everyone, HEPA air filters for every classroom, and to continuously improve our contact tracing and surveillance testing program and more. I can honestly say that not many other school districts can say that they've gone to the lengths that Chicago Public Schools has in our reopening plan. Finally, I want to point to some of the research around this. Yesterday, the CDC issued new research that once again makes it clear that schools can safely operate with the proper mitigation strategies in place, all of which are a part of CPS's plan. Later today, you will hear more detailed update around reopening from Chiefs McDade, Rivera, Lyons, and Dr. Fox. Again, we will continue to focus on reopening. We're also looking ahead to a time where COVID-19 is solidly in our rearview mirror, which is why we're continuing to lay a foundation for a safe and supportive learning environment for all students. I'm happy to announce that the district is moving forward with the next phase of our district's whole school comprehensive safety program. This is a critical part of our effort to be more holistic in our approach to school safety. Excuse me. CPS has now selected 5 community-based organizations to partner with to help us reimagine safety strategies in our schools. Throughout the month of February, these groups will host discussions within these communities to develop a range of trauma-informed whole school safety programs that can serve as alternatives to the school resource officer program. Once completed, these alternative safety options will be presented to the 55 CPS schools that currently have SROs as part of their safety plans. Safety is a very personal and very important aspect of the culture of any CPS school. And it's important that we create those plans in consultation with the communities that we are serving. So I strongly encourage all of our families and community partners to participate in the upcoming meetings. Information about the dates and times for those meetings can be found on CPS's website, cps.edu/whole school safety. Now I would like to turn to a few thank yous. First, I would like to thank our elected officials in Washington who have prioritized the needs of public schools throughout the country with the passage of additional funding for COVID-19 relief. This additional funding will be used to continue to ensure the health and safe return of our students and staff to schools. We are grateful that our leaders have taken this step, and we're excited to work with the new administration to continue to find ways to provide an equitable education for all students. Finally, on a personal note, I'd like to also acknowledge how wonderful it was to see the first Black and South Asian woman sworn in as vice president. I know, like so many young girls across the country, it was a pivotal moment in their lives and one that we'll never forget. I'm sorry, got a long speech today. I want to switch gears and also provide another important update. CPS was able to reach an agreement with one of our unions, local IUOE 399, which represents our building engineers. I want to thank all of our engineers for working collaboratively with the district in order to reach this agreement, but more importantly, because they are counted amongst the many staff members that have been present in our schools throughout this pandemic. Finally, I would like to thank the CPS school nurses who have volunteered to be a part of our newly formed vaccination corps. These professionals will be key to the success of our vaccination program for CPS staff, which we are now developing with our partners at Chicago Department of Public Health. I'd like to say just a little bit about that vaccination plan that we announced last week. The work has already been underway. Last week, Chicago Public Schools joined CDPH, as well as other local healthcare providers, to provide vaccinations to over 1,500 CPS healthcare workers. And beginning next month, CPS will be establishing 4 vaccination centers in CPS schools for all individuals in phase 1B. Staff who are eligible to receive the vaccine will be able to access it either through their own personal healthcare providers or at one of our vaccine centers. We expect this to open in mid-February when we receive doses directly from the federal government. Should we receive those doses sooner, we will begin vaccination. It's important to note that if we could vaccinate everybody today, we would do it. Our goal is to vaccinate all of our staff, and we will do that in an equity-informed way, starting with our employees who have the highest potential of exposure, those that have been working in our schools since the beginning of the pandemic, including nutrition and security staff, as well as staff who are over 65 and may have high-risk medical conditions. I want to be clear that the goal is to vaccinate everybody, and we will do everything within our power to do that as quickly as possible. Finally, as I mentioned earlier, we are ramping up our surveillance testing program in consultation and talks with CTU. We're offering that twice a month to all CPS employees. This is a voluntary program. We encourage all staff to participate. Yes. So the last point that I want to make is that we made one huge addition at the request of the board On our website, we will not only be featuring data related to our surveillance testing program, but we have also provided a school readiness dashboard. If you go to cps.edu/reopening, there is a dashboard that launched today that identifies all of our schools and identifies their readiness. Right now, over 90% of CPS schools are fully ready to welcome students and staff back to the classroom. We fully anticipate that number to be 100% by the end of this week. I would encourage all parents, in addition to meeting with your school's principal and teachers, to visit this website and see the things that we have in place and to assess your school's readiness to offer in-person instruction. It is my hope and expectation that tens and thousands of families will be able to return to class next week where we believe children belong. Mr. President, this concludes my prepared remarks.
Thank you. Dr. Jackson, questions or comments from my fellow board members for Dr. Jackson?
Just had a quick question. We'll be able to ask more questions about some of the details of what you said after the reopening presentation, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. I'm going to hold. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
Okay.
Okay, then I guess folks will hold their questions for after the presentation. Chief McDade, we're ready for your remarks.
Thank you, President Del Valle. I want to echo Dr. Jackson's sentiments. As a lifelong educator, I firmly believe that there is no better place for a child to be than learning in the classroom with their teachers and friends. And I'm hopeful that parents will be able to bring their children back to school on Monday. While our primary goal right now is achieving a smooth expansion of in-person learning for the tens of thousands of students who have chosen to return to school, we are also looking beyond these challenging times and planning for the future. This means continuing to invest in the high-quality academic programs that we know drive student success and ensuring our families and school communities have a voice in directing those investments. Earlier this month, we launched our third annual academic program request for proposal, also known as the academic RFP process for the 21-22 school year. Since introducing this program 2 years ago, we have invested $50 million to provide new, high-quality programs in schools around the city. In 2020 alone, we announced an $18 million multi-year investment to expand high-quality academic options to nearly 10,000 CPS students, and we hope to do even more this year. This program is a game changer for our schools. Even with all that is currently on their plates, our school leaders wanted the opportunity to apply for expanded programming, and we look forward to seeing the new applications. No one knows our schools better than the educators, families, and community partners who are invested in their success. The deadline to submit these proposals is coming up quickly on Friday, February 5th. Another deadline is soon approaching for our high school seniors. CPS recently reached out to all of our high school seniors and their families to let them know about a troubling trend that we've been seeing. As a result of the pandemic, the completion rate for college applications is down more than 20% this school year, not just at CPS, but around the country. We need our students to know that there are huge downsides to delaying college. For one thing, studies show that a significant percentage of students who take time off never end up earning their college degrees. This is especially true for limited income students and students of color. So putting a pause on their education is the exact wrong way for our students to be thinking right now. This pandemic will end, and when it does, we want our 2021 graduates prepared to continue their education without interruption. We have stressed this point to our school counselors and post-secondary coaches and have provided them with professional guidance on how to double down with students on completing their college applications and FAFSA forms. Having students learning in person is more than just instruction. It is also about connecting them with all of the resources available. Connecting with high school students virtually is hard work, and I want to thank our school counselors and coaches for their tenacity and commitment to students. To our families and students, if you need help completing your college application, Please don't hesitate to reach out to your school. They are here to help you. Finally, today, I want to remind CPS families who have not yet taken advantage of our Chicago Connected program to please register for this service. Chicago Connected is a partnership that provides eligible families with high-speed internet access in their homes at no cost for up to 4 years. We have connected more than 50,000 families, and it has made a tremendous difference for our students who are continuing to learn at home. The eligibility criteria has now been expanded to include all low-income families who do not have wired internet. I urge all CPS families to check their eligibility by visiting cps.edu/getconnected. Mr. President, this concludes my prepared remarks.
Thank you, Chief McDade. We'll hold questions until the presentation for reopening. Committee updates. I believe we have an update from the Finance and Audit Committee Chair, Vice President Revolori.
Thank you, President Del Valle. As you all know, we just had our latest meeting this morning, and we'll be continuing meetings going forward with an ongoing emphasis on both finance and audit topics that help us make decisions as a board and as a district.
Okay, thank you. Now we have an update from the Whole Child Committee Chair, Board Member Rome.
Thank you, President Del Valle. As we announced at the December board meeting last week, the board's Whole Child Committee hosted our first student roundtable with Board Member Hawthorne as our lead facilitator. As a reminder, the Whole Child Committee's goal is to create opportunities to elevate student voice related to policies that will come before the board. This board believes that hearing from students who are most impacted by those policies and decisions we make as a board is critical. We filled all of the slots for the pilot roundtable and hosted a robust and rewarding conversation with 13 brilliant students, one of whom will be joining us shortly to share about his experience. Our goal was to hear from a wide range of student voices, and we in fact were able to hear from a range of grade levels, identities, and students attending schools representing selective enrollment, neighborhood, military, and representing programmatic experiences in STEM, CTE, and others. I want to share a special thanks to our Student Voice and Activism Fellows for their participation and leadership in our efforts. Our focus for the pilot conversation was the exploration of high school choice. We hope to learn from the experience of students about how they chose their high schools, what resources and supports they leveraged, successes and barriers in their experience, and change ideas about how the school choice experience can be improved. Themes have been shared with board members and will continue to leverage what students shared at the roundtable as we review policies related to school choice in the coming months. Board Member Hawthorne will share some themes from the conversation, and we'll hear from Christopher Thrower, a student from Simeon who participated in the roundtable, and then we'll open it up for board member comments and questions. Board Member Hawthorne.
Thank you so much, Board Member Rome. First, I want to thank the board for all of their hard work and cooperation throughout the entire process of brainstorming and planning what we hope is a series of successful and insightful student roundtables. As I briefly mentioned at the last board meeting, our main focus was to highlight the voices and experiences of students, creating a safe space that was truly created by students and for students. With the topic of school choice and our extremely diverse group, we were able to dig right into the student perspective, pulling themes like environment and culture, school reputation and rankings, and much more. Students began to open up to both the facilitators and one another as we posed a set of 4 questions, all pulling different stories from each student. Many students spoke about the selective enrollment process and the challenges that accompanied it, some stories including location, potential legacy, and academic programs offered. One very significant theme that was pulled from many students' stories would be that of schools having reputation. Students shared stories of how a school's rating and reputation is held up as a system ideal, and any choice that isn't feels like less than. However, there are many highlights to bring out of this as well. For example, many students found GoCPS to be a helpful resource, which allowed them to explore what their commute would be like or the culture of the school they would attend. All of these things served a purpose, and in the end, almost all the students who participated in the student roundtable said that they were satisfied with their choice of high school. With conversations of equitable education and success for all students, it was extremely important to also play into the theme of your school is what you make of it, and the students who joined us last Wednesday truly believed in such a mantra. Again, thank you so much to the board for the opportunity to lead such a compelling conversation. With that being said, I am thrilled to be the first to introduce Christopher Thrower, who is a high school junior at Simeon High School. He will be sharing his experience at the roundtable and his overall thoughts on the topic. Christopher?
Good morning to you all, my fellow people of CPS. I am Christopher Thrower, a student at Simeon Career Academy. I am privileged enough to be in their CTE program as a student welder. This round, I first and foremost, I would like to thank for this opportunity. I've been very excited since I heard about this. Super excited since I heard about this. So first and foremost, the roundtable was amazing. First and foremost was amazing. We heard about the different backgrounds of people, how people were affected. And my main thing was if I had more preparation for choosing a high school. If I had more preparation, I feel like I would have chosen a different school other than Simeon, but then at the same time, Simeon, one of the best schools on the South Side, I have to tell you. And I would like to thank Miss Tia for being the best student leader CPS can ask for. If y'all need something, please go to Tia because she is one of the most brightest leaders I have met. And I really want to ask that we keep doing these student roundtables. These are very important because you hear about backgrounds and you're able to make CPS a better place for all races, for all cultures, and for everybody. Because what students get impacted the most out of everything. Students will get impacted the most. So I just want to make sure that we keep getting this because I can use the information that I learned in these roundtables to help another student. I am very big for the UMedia community at the Thurgood Marshall branch. So I'm around kids that are going to, that have to go through this. So I want to be able to have information from anybody, for any culture, for any race to say, hey, if you do this, this, and this, you might have a better chance. And I also think I want to touch on the school rankings because I feel like a student shouldn't pick a school on their ranking, but should pick a school on how they feel about it. Because at the end of the day, you want to go to school to get that high school experience. You want to go to school to get you want to go to that high school that gives you the best experience of high school that you can get. So this really reminded me of a program I was in a couple of years ago, the Summer for Change program, where we brought different communities, different people together for, I think, a month to not only get us off the streets, but to share our stories, to have more friends, to have someone else out to reach with. It was in high school level, so I really appreciate that. And I just want to say thank you to everybody. Thank you again for this opportunity. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Christopher. With that, Board Member Rome, I will turn it back to you.
Thank you, Board Member Hawthorne, and thank you so much to Christopher, who was such a powerful voice in our panel and today with us as well. We'll open it up for comments from board members or questions, and the floor is open.
President Valle, I have a question.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Member
great.
Rome is presiding.
That's right. So I was waiting to get the.
Please jump in.
Great. First of all, Board Member Hawthorne, Board Member Rome, thank you so much for doing this. We definitely need to continue to have the pulse of the students. Christopher, I love your energy. I love your passion. Thank you so much for contributing and for being the student that you are and for articulating what a great school you're in, because you're absolutely right about Simeon and any other students that we have out there where they are. They need to make the best of it and represent it proudly. And where it's not working, we need people like you, Christopher and Tia, to speak up and say, how can we make it better, especially in the communities that we're in? So the question that I have for Tia and Christopher, either one, no offense, no offense, Board Member Rome, but I want to hear from Tia and from Christopher. You know, the selection process, obviously there's some great things about it and there's some opportunities for improvements as well. And I'm glad to hear about the feedback on Go CPS. And as one of the reasons I joined the board and took on this challenge and the opportunity is to ensure that we had great education in every community, right? That's my ultimate reason for serving here. And so the question that I posed to Tia and to Christopher, it's going to take some time to get there. But in the meantime, are there some themes that we can do as a board and as an organization to continue to have those schools get better in the communities in which they are, in which they serve? And whether it's 2 or 3 teams, what are they, so that at least we can be aware of them and continue to work with the leadership team to say what kind of progress we're making in the short term as we continue to build for the long term.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and one that was posed to our participants in the student roundtable. And I think a lot of the themes that we pulled were based on, first, I guess when I mentioned Go CPS, a lot of kids did use that, but we did have the perspective of students who did not use Go CPS, who were older than myself and Christopher, since we are in the same grade. But Christopher and I were the first class of current high schoolers to use Go CPS in our 8th grade year. So with the usage of Go CPS, I think very relevant themes that were pulled out were that of school ranking, reputation, and then using that tool to kind of find out what the location was or the proximity of the school to your home, which can all pose, I guess, the challenge or, accessibility of where your school is at and how you're going to have access to your own education. So I guess in order to improve the process, I think focusing on those 3 themes and just going along with the overall kind of framing of school is what you make it yourself is probably what I personally would focus on to allow the best individual school experience for every student going into high school or any CPS school for that matter.
Awesome, thank you.
I will have to say that if you gave more information on what's inside the school, you feel me, like the programs offered inside the school, that can help, that will really help students to decide, oh, I can go here for this, this, and this. I can go here for a medical program. I can go here for CTE. I can go here for music. I can go here for something else. I can go here for arts. If we had more information about the school, I feel like that would really help the process. And I love the fact that you can rank regular schools, non-selective enrollment schools, and also selective enrollment schools. That was by far genius.
Board Member Rome?
Go ahead, Board Member Truss.
Yeah, well, I'm going to take the opportunity to kind of brag as a parent who had a student that attended Simeon, as well as the twins who attended Lindblom. I got to brag a little bit, and I'm glad that both schools was integral in the development of my sons. And I see that the tradition continues through you too. So thank you very much for sharing. And please stay active, because we need young leaders like you to go ahead and, give it to us. Like I always brag, when I was in high school, chariot racing was a varsity sport. So we need to have this constant reminder and update from you all. And thank you for being the leaders that you are.
I had a question and comment. First, I just really wanted, Board Member Rome, is it okay if I speak?
Yes, please speak freely.
Thank you. First, I just wanted to thank again Board Member Hawthorne and Board Member Rome. And I love you, Board Member Rome, but particularly Board Member Hawthorne, because she really took the reins of this and made it her own and shaped what this was going to be. And when she said it was, for students, by students, it really was. And I think that's important. And it was important to us to hear your voices in that way. In addition, of course, to what's here, you all sent us a lot of notes to read through, and I know that you are still processing the major takeaways from those notes, but I really look forward to the continued use of this space to get direct student voice to the board in a way that we can use to inform our policy decisions. I mean, just listening to you talk today and reading through some of the themes that you pulled up in some of your early reporting on this experience, there's these things that are large issues in our district, the tension between neighborhood schools and a system of choice, how you navigate that process, all of these big issues that we have to take on as a district, not just us, but with and alongside and in conversation with our communities. And who better to start that and really push that forward to us than students themselves. So I just really want to applaud your work on this. And after I said, you know, I know you're still processing this, I am curious whether you have any early thoughts on short-term, in addition to some of the things that were just lifted up, any short-term policy suggestions for us, or is that something we should wait to hear more on?
Yeah, I think that's also a really good question. And first, thank you so much for the applause. I really appreciate it. And again, I want to just include Board Member Rome and the entire board, especially Chief of Staff Adam Lechner in this work, because he's been a really pivotal help. But I think policy will have to wait a bit, just because I don't want to recommend any, I guess, policy implementations without fully understanding what the entire perspective is. As I'm a student leader myself, I have to recognize my privilege of going to a select enrollment school and going to a classical school for elementary school, which allowed me a really, I guess, great preparation process. And as I do want to uplift all voices, I don't want to, I guess, leave anyone out of that, I guess, implementation. So as we continue to process the notes and the themes, we will, I guess, get back to the entire board with more updates with actual policy. But I think it's really important for all of us to just recognize those themes and then kind of brainstorm together as we continue on this process.
Thank you so much for that. And my last sort of question was, if you do you have any, or are you able to tell us anything more about future topics that you'll be taking on, or is that also for a future time?
I'm not entirely sure if we have exactly every single topic planned out. I think Board Member Rome can add a bit more to this, though.
Yeah, I think our plan is to stay on this theme. As you know, in the next few months, those policies will come before us. One of the connected and to have an idea of what those topics are now, but let them be shaped by what we learn from students so that it evolves based on their experiences and their input. One of the big themes that Board Member Hawthorne and I reflected on was, and Christopher lifted up here, was about school rankings. And there also is a process, as people know, to a long and very inclusive process that's looking at SQRP. So I think there was a lot of really helpful information that we got just from this short conversation about how students use rankings, how rankings influence them. And that certainly is going to be a topic in the SQRP work. And so that could be the focus of the next meeting. Thank you for asking your questions.
Member Rome?
Vice President Revelry?
Hi. I just had a quick question, but first I wanted to echo everyone's thanks to Board Members Hawthorne and Rome, and to Mr. Thrower and all the other members of this roundtable, and the board staff and everyone else who made it happen. This was really great. I think our students, especially our students who have gone through our schools and are now in high school, are great resources as leaders and as perspectives about how the system that we're trying to design is working and is advancing our vision, and where we could make some changes to make it better do so. And I agree with what many other board members have said, especially the relevance of all of this to some really important and timely work and policy decisions like SQRP that Member Rome just mentioned. I had one question. I will try to remain patient, and though I'm eager to hear more as a board member, and I'm sure leadership is also eager to hear more. I'm curious how we're going to share more about not just the findings and the perspectives, but also the experience of participating on these roundtables is with, as Christopher said, the broader people of CPS, especially fellow students and students who may be in these roles in the future. Maybe they're in middle school right now, but they will be in high school, and they will be potential future participants. And in whatever capacity they serve, they can inform our decision-making and our implementation to do better. And so I would love to hear about plans to sort of let more people know about what we're doing and how other folks can become involved in whatever way.
Board Member Hawthorne, do you want me to respond, or do you want to jump in?
I can just jump in really quickly. Our plan for, I guess, following board, I guess, like student roundtables, as we kind of do board meetings, is to, I guess, broadcast them with permission of students. so that it's more accessible to everyone to hear these perspectives. With the pilot, we just kind of wanted to keep a safe and kind of closed off space so that everyone felt comfortable sharing their personal experiences. But as we move forward, I think it's really important. That's a great point to, I guess, allow the broader population of CPS as a district to be included in our work. And in Board Member Rome, if you wanted to add anything.
That was great. Thank you. I just want to acknowledge that we are really standing on the shoulders of the district's work around student voice. And there are so many robust opportunities already that exist. And we got tons of support from the folks who are leading that work in the district. So Camille Powell, who is working with the Student Voice and Activism Fellows, was really instrumental here. And CPS is doing so much around civic engagement with students generally. And so we've gotten tons of support and guidance from them. And we are certainly building on their opportunities in a very small way, just to make sure that the board gets voices. So I wanted to acknowledge that those opportunities already exist.
I would like to piggyback off it just a little bit. That's what I want to reiterate on, the more roundtables we have, because then things change every year. So the more diverse our roundtables are, the more we have, the more information we have, the better we can make these policies. You feel me? So as long as we keep getting these diverse roundtables like we keep doing, as long as we get the information to you guys and you can put them on the newsletter, on the student meetings, distribute it however we need to get the message out, I feel like we will be good.
Thank you, Christopher. Are there any more comments or questions before we close out? Okay, thank you again for your leadership, Board Member Hawthorne. Thank you, Christopher, so much for your powerful reflections and sharing them with us today. And that concludes our report.
Thank you, Board Member Rome and Board Member Tia Hawthorne. Tia and Christopher are two more examples of the exceptional students that we have in the CPS system. And as I said earlier, we have a ton of them. They're everywhere in the city and in every school that CPS operates. And so thank you. And Christopher, I just want to say how pleased I was here how pleased I was to hear you mention the CTE programs and that you're involved in the CTE programs. And one of the things I'll be looking for as you deliberate is more information on how students go about selecting and making decisions to participate in CTE programs and what we can do to continue to expand opportunities for students in CTE as we expand opportunities for students in the baccalaureate program and the STEM programs and other programs within the system, so that we continue to increase the choices for students and that those choices are near where those students live in their neighborhood schools. I think that your feedback, your contribution here is invaluable. And I really want to thank Member Rome for pushing us in this direction as a board. And Tia, you were the perfect person to come in and shape this approach. And as was stated here earlier, we want this to be a structural change in the way the board operates that will be around long after all of us are gone, so that we continue to have a structure that facilitates student involvement, student feedback, and student influence over policymaking by the board and CPS. So thank you very much for your work. Excellent work. We are going to proceed with announcements. Please use our website, cpsboe.org, if you need to seek assistance or want to meet with a board member during office hours. We encourage you to take advantage of the opportunity to meet with board members outside of a board meeting. Madam Secretary, please share the details for the next board meeting.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next board meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, February 24th, 2021. Advanced registration will open at 10:30 a.m. on Monday, February 22nd, 2021, and will close on Tuesday, February 23rd, 2021 at 5 p.m. or until all slots are filled, whichever is first. If anyone has any questions about this process, please contact the board office for our assistance. Also, I would like to note for the record that we will announce if the board meeting is in person or virtual via the website at cpsboe.org. Please monitor the website for more information. Thank you.
Let's now proceed with today's public participation session. As a reminder, union representatives will speak before public participation, and any elected officials will speak after the conclusion of public participation. Madam Secretary, please share the rules of public participation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the public who registered to speak were giving information to access the meeting by dialing a number and using their phone. We did this so that speakers with limited or no access to internet or who may have weak internet connection could still participate using their phones. Also, members of the public may submit written comments for Board of Education meetings via the written comments form on the board's website at www.cpsboe.org or mail to 1 North Dearborn Street, Suite 950. Written comments received between the day the public agenda was posted through 5 p.m. the day after the Board of Education meeting will be submitted to the board and published within 5 business days on our website at www.cpsboe.org. Speakers, please listen while I provide directions for public participation. In order to facilitate and expedite public participation, I will be calling speakers out of order and grouping them. I will call your name and number when it is your turn to speak. As a reminder, please unmute yourself by entering the *6 on your phone. Once you hear your name, please state your name for the record, and then I will start the 2-minute timer. When there are 30 seconds remaining, I will inform you so that you can proceed to conclude your remarks to allow for the next speaker to begin. Thank you. Mr. President, we will start by calling the union representatives, as you noted, and we will start by calling Jesse Sharkey, please, the CTU president.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. First of all, thank you to President DeValle, CEO Jackson, members of the board, and all the students' families and employees of CPS who are listening. It's a period of personal difficulty. There's a lot of fear. This pandemic, it has been traumatic for I think a lot of us. And I do hope that we can get through it together, and I hope for everyone's continued well-being and safety. There's been a lot said about the conflict between the CTU, the mayor, and the board. I want to be clear, though, that the desire for students to return to in-person school and the desire for safety are actually shared priorities. I hope you believe that no teacher likes trying to connect the students to a screen, and I believe that the mayor and CPS do not want students or staff to suffer illness or death. I hope we can both acknowledge that this thing got off on the wrong foot. I would argue that the Board of Education never intended to reach an agreement on whether and when to do reopening. And the fact that we met 60 times, but no one from the mayor's office, the CEO's office, and rarely top CPS leadership even attended those meetings doesn't prove bargaining in good faith. In fact, from the first page of your legal appeal, which references an original filing in August, that was clear. And let me quote, you said, quote, "As set forth in the Chicago Board of Education's original filing and this supplemental filing, the decision to reopen schools rests exclusively with the Chicago Board of Education, and this decision may be implemented while impact bargaining is ongoing." In other words, the decision about when to open and whether to open has always been a decision which you claimed was exclusively yours and not one that you would bargain over. I think that was a mistake. You cannot accomplish a safe reopening with force when you fail to do so with persuasion. And for my part, I'll say that I wish that I had been able to foresee how traumatic this current situation would be. And if I could go back in time, I would have been more insistent on reaching small agreements to build some track record prior to us getting here. Nevertheless, here we are. We have made a lot of progress. We've been able to hammer out protocols and details like masks, ventilation, cleaning, and health screenings. We've worked together to come up with a plan for school-level safety committees, which will help ensure these rules are being followed. I think we're having productive bargaining about testing, and I hope we're close to an agreement there. There are, however, a number of difficult issues which I want to detail briefly. First, we've been arguing that we need a metric about what the CDC calls, quote, community burden, or that is to say, how much virus there is coming into the schools from the surrounding neighborhood. Positivity, in other words. It's very important given the variant. The board is currently saying that if 3% of the people inside the schools test positive, then the CDPH would consider resuming remote learning as a district. I think if 3% of the population of our schools is walking around infected with the variant, it's too late. But I'm not an epidemiologist, and I hope we can solve this issue at the table. The second issue involves finding accommodations for members who have medically fragile people in their household. We see the fact that the vast majority of students are continuing to receive education remotely should allow us to grant accommodations for remote work. The third issue is one of the vaccine. We do not know what to trust in or who to trust on this issue. We understand there's a vaccine shortage. We acknowledge that there's other people besides teachers who should have more priority in this regard. But it appears that Walgreens, CVS, and Jewel have private supplies that they promised and are starting to dole out for small groups of schools on the north side, including private schools like Latin. You tell us that we have to come back without a vaccine, even as we see people who are teaching remotely in Evanston and Skokie getting vaccinated. There's a vaccine free-for-all. No one is talking to us about what is really possible about the vaccine, the real constraints. If there really was a will, could there be a way? We can't see why you can't phase in a reopening in a way that allows our members to be vaccinated. Phase in this plan. February 1st is an arbitrary date. The last week's a quarter. Phase in the plan to give us time to be vaccinated, to get an agreement. It'd be more successful in the long run. Look, and I know some people are impatient to get school started. Some have concluded it's safe. The CDC put out a study. It was 17 schools in rural Wisconsin. They feel validated. I need them to understand that the lived experience of this pandemic is scary in our communities where we work. These are the places that have been hit the hardest. Service sector workers, crowded multi-generational housing, people who didn't have good health care access to begin with. A lot of people have died. You cannot accomplish a safe reopening with force when you fail to do it with persuasion. I would ask the board, please do not stay silent on this. If you do, I will consider it a stain on your credibility. We are asking for an agreement. We think the board should be able to phase in this plan in a way that keeps us safe. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Sharkey. Mr. President, we'll continue then with the next speaker. Troy LaRiviere, please, from the Chicago Principals and Administrators Association, the president. Troy, if you can please unmute. Troy, can you hear me? If you can please unmute. Troy, you can proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can proceed.
Can
Thank
you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, beautiful people. It's good to be here with you. From the moment CPS released its guidance for reopening schools to principals, our associations was fielding calls and texts about problems with the district's plan. In order to get an accurate sense of what was happening, we conducted a survey. And in that survey, we presented principals with several statements. One of them was, CPS provided me with sufficient guidance and support on how to make reopening work successfully. Less than 28% of principals said agreed with that statement, and 48% disagreed. We gave them room to comment, and one of the representative statements was there are 200 pages of guidance, quote unquote guidance, but no additional staff to make it happen. Another statement, we have the staffing needed to reopen our schools safely. Less than 22% of the 377 people, assistant principals and principals who responded, agreed with that statement. More than 54% disagreed with that statement, that they had the staffing needed to reopen. One said CPS opens positions, but there's no talent pool to draw from. It's every school for themselves. Another said, I told the district one of my staff members got COVID and was in intensive care, but they refused to count it as a COVID case or do contact tracing because she didn't report it directly to them herself. How is someone fighting for her life supposed to do that? Another statement, given the resources and plans we have, opening schools for in-person instruction in January or February is the right decision. Less than 17% of respondents agreed with that statement. 64% disagreed, with the remaining neither agreeing or disagreeing. 64% say opening the schools in January or February is not the right decision. And so we came together and tried to we see a problem and we're trying to solve it. We got input from over 350 school leaders and we created a draft. We got 30 principals to stress test this draft and poke holes in it. And the big question we asked is, how do we give the children of Chicago the best education possible under these circumstances? Not by opposing the district's plan, but by creating a plan that works. And ours has just 3 simple steps. Step 1, open a small group of 50 to 100 in-person pilot schools and make COVID-19 vaccinations a priority for the staff in that group. Number 2, focus the district's human and material resources on ensuring the success of the pilot school. 3, if successful, expand the pilot every 3 or 4 weeks as groups of schools demonstrate preparedness and readiness for in-person learning. Now, it may seem simple, but there's a long list of problems with the current plan that are solved by this new approach. And here's just a few examples. Problem number 1, staffing. Staffing is unstable and unpredictable in many schools, according to the principals who lead them. This plan solves that problem because the phase-in pilot allows CPS to assess staffing readiness at a small, manageable group of schools and find additional staff for those schools until the staffing situation stabilizes. Problem number 2, there are not enough doses of the vaccine to vaccinate all school staff, which is an issue between you all and CTU. This plan solves that problem because the pilot would allow the city to prioritize vaccination on a smaller group of staff who are part of the pilot. And that'll definitely make more teachers want to be a part of the pilot, which will in turn improve and stabilize staffing at those schools. Problem 3, over 400 schools are doing this for the first time with little expertise to lean on within the district. The initial in-person pilot would solve this problem by creating a group of peer experts and in-person learning ambassadors who can be a resource for administrators and staff in their networks in subsequent expansions of the pilot. And there's a long list of problems just like these that this plan either solves or creates a more realistic path for a solution. But in order to get the district to adopt this plan, you have to come to grips with the fact that your current approach is unworkable. Many of our members presume that the district sincerely believes its plan will work. And in some schools, it might. But you're not attempting to open some K-8 schools. You're attempting to open all K-8 schools. And no matter how sincere your faith in your plans is, we need you to understand that that faith does not square with the reality of implementation on the ground in most schools. I don't know any better example of that than yesterday's press conference where the CEO said that pods would be quarantined, and I quote her, quarantined immediately if there was a case, when at the very same time, a pre-K pod was in its first day of quarantine after attending school on Monday, even though the district was notified of a positive case in that classroom on Sunday afternoon before. Right? You have to understand that what you're telling people, whether you know it or not, is not true. You haven't built up the staffing or the people underneath you who can execute and deliver on the promises that you're making. So Our approach was designed to create a situation that addressed the concerns of principals, created a reopening structure that made it easier for the district and teachers to come to terms with their specific issues. And the last thing, and I think it accomplishes that. And the last thing I want to say is remind folks that this plan is coming from a group of people who have never left schools. We were in the schools before March. We were in the schools after March, making sure that meals were being distributed, making sure that technology was being distributed to students and families. We got principals who even go to families' homes themselves to help parents to troubleshoot to keep their kids in online learning. We were there before the pandemic, and no matter what decision you guys make about this plan, we'll still be in schools. And so we don't have any other reason to question this plan other than the legitimate concerns we have about its safety and its feasibility. And the majority of the principals and assistant principals who are charged with implementing this plan do not believe it will work. And so we've created an alternative that gives you a much better chance of success, and we hope that you seriously consider implementing.
Thank you, Troy. Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, we will now proceed with the speakers from the public participant.
President Del Valle, can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
And you can tell me if this is appropriate for later, but I was just curious, we don't get to hear much about the work with principals, and I know the district is doing work with principals, and we hear more about sort of the teacher side of this, and I was wondering if the district had any response about the work with principals that's happening, conversations with principals that are happening, and if it makes sense to hold it till later. I just feel like, there might be an opportunity here to get some clarity.
Dr. Jackson?
Thank you, President Del Valle, and thank you, Board Member Todd Breland, for that question. As you stated, we do communicate with our principals on a very regular basis. At the district level, we host webinars. We've hosted several of them throughout this process. We also rely heavily on our network chiefs, as well as groups such as the principal fellows and principal advisory councils, et cetera, to offer feedback on the plan. And not to mention the open door policy that both Chief McDade and I have, and Chief Rivera as well. We always appreciate feedback. The plan that was referenced by the last caller, we just received yesterday. So, we appreciate that feedback. What I will say is the notion of bringing people back in smaller groups is something that makes a lot of sense, which is why we've done a phased in approach. There has not been any attention given to the fact that kids have been in school for almost 3 weeks since the beginning of January, and the plan is working. We've been able to have kids back. Principals, teachers, students, and parents have reported a positive experience with the return to in-person instruction. And we did plan for scenarios such as a COVID case happening in the school. And I'm happy to report that our principals and teachers have been extremely diligent in doing what the plan calls for in order to mitigate the spread of COVID. So I want to highlight that. I also want to say, around the issue of reopening, I continue to point back to the fact that we are looking at the science. We're not cherry picking data around this. There's robust data that started with the early reports from Brown, started with a report from the Academy on Pediatrics, recently the report that CDC released, and the report that the Chicago Department of Health released on schools here in Chicago. So we're not talking about rural Wisconsin and other places. And we're looking at that data, and our decisions are being driven by public health data. We think that the vaccine is a very important tool. It will add to the tools that help us mitigate the spread of COVID. Things like wearing a mask, proper hygiene, social distancing, etc. But all of those studies have proven and concluded you can reopen with proper mitigation strategies, and the vaccine is going to further enhance that. The district has advocated for teachers, administrators, et cetera, to be at the front of that line in the city's grand scheme. I talked a little bit about some of those limitations, but we're going to continue to push for vaccines. But the thing that I think people aren't addressing is we can't make everybody get vaccinated. There probably will never be a period where everyone is vaccinated because people have choice and they don't have to get the vaccine. And so I just want to really impress upon people that it is one tool in the toolbox that has many tools that help us with protecting people from the spread of COVID. The last thing I'll say is we've been using the dashboard that we publicly released today with principals throughout the reopening plan since last winter. And that has been a way to have three-way conversation or even more conversation between the schools, the respective departments that have to do preparation for reopening, as well as the district leaders. And so that's how we are able to track whether or not people have received their PPE, whether or not there are transportation issues. There are all sorts of things that we track to ensure that principals have what they need to safely and successfully reopen schools. We have now made that available to the public so that our LSCs as well as parents at large can take a look at that. And we will continue to take into consideration all of the great advice that we're getting from so many stakeholders to strengthen our plan.
Dr. Jackson, why would a principal not report immediately concerns regarding staffing or equipment, supplies? There is a mechanism in place for those, not only for those reports to be made, but for those concerns to be addressed immediately, aren't there?
Yes, absolutely. There is no reason for a principal not to report it. And I don't know that principals wouldn't report it. All our principals are responsible administrators. I think when things happen in their school, whether they, go through a formal process or just call a network chief or ping or text, one of the people that I just mentioned earlier. So I just want principals to know if there are concerns, they can definitely lift those up. And they do on a pretty regular basis. So I can't comment on that. I haven't been given any name or particulars to address that, but I will say on the whole, we have excellent communication processes with our principals, excellent relationships with them. And I would encourage anyone who has questions or concerns to avail yourselves to the processes that are in place, but to also take advantage of your network chief or the open door policy that Chief McDade, Chief Rivera, and I have.
So as you said in your report earlier, every school will be ready.
Every school will be ready.
If there is a deficiency somewhere that gets missed for whatever reason, that deficiency as identified by the principal, who is the leader of the school,
yes,
would be addressed immediately.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, let's proceed with.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
President.
you,
So
Dr.
I will now proceed, Mr. President, with the speakers who registered to address the board. I will start by calling speaker number 1, Matt Major, followed by speaker number 2, Jianan Chi. Speaker number 1.
Good morning, Dr. Jackson, President Del Valle, and members of the board. My name is Matt Major, and I'm the policy manager at the Illinois Network of Charter Schools. At INCS, we believe that every family in Illinois should be afforded the opportunity to enroll in a high-quality public school. In this spirit, we support today's recommendations to renew the contract of 2 charter public schools in the city, Elaine Locke, located in East Garfield Park, and Urban Prep Inglewood. Together, these 2 schools collectively serve 647 students, 99% of which are students of color, and 90% of which come from low-income households. Notably, Urban Prep Inglewood serves a student body where over 26% of students have an IEP. Also of note, during the pandemic, Elaine Locke has conducted weekly SEL surveys for its students and staff, and Urban Prep has offered all students the opportunity for weekly face-to-face check-ins. As we continue to advocate for all Chicago families to choose the public school that best fits their needs, it is important to ensure students and families are offered high-quality enrollment options, no matter if it's a charter school, selective enrollment school, magnet school, or a district-run school. In fact, a poll conducted last year shows strong support for options. 67% of non-white parents in Chicago and 63% of parents from low-income and working-class backgrounds say they have a need for more options for their students. For over 25 years, charter public schools in Illinois have worked to remove barriers and address persistent inequities in our education system, especially for students of color. and students from low-income communities, so all children have access to a high-quality school that best meets their needs, regardless of zip code. Inc. supports and encourages a thorough, fair, equitable, and transparent charter authorizing and renewal process. We value strong academic performance as evidenced by our support of SQRP and the charter school quality policy. We also understand, however, that SQRP results are just one part of a school's performance. We also support the district's evaluation of financial and operational performance of charter public schools up for renewal, specifically those operational aspects that are directly related to serving students. And we know high quality schools offer many intangible assets to their students, from supportive school cultures, strong family and community engagement, and extracurricular opportunities in the classroom and beyond. I thank you for the time today to discuss renewals and look forward to our partnership in the future.
Thank you, Speaker number 1. We'll continue, Mr. President, then with Speaker number 2, Jianan Chi, followed by Speaker number 3, Emily Lambert. Speaker 2, please. Please unmute. You can proceed.
Morning, John Anchi, raise your hand. For a district that has delayed and denied thousands of services to special ed families, we find it particularly egregious that the mayor is using them as a tool in a greater political fight instead of building a plan with them from the beginning as essential stakeholders. Even in the first few weeks of this implementation, we are seeing special ed support staff being taken away, accommodations being ignored, and services being disrupted, and families with questions about those changes left unanswered. This becomes even more disrespectful when we know that many students with disabilities name transitions and lack of structures as major barriers to accessing learning. Like one of our parents said, the current CPS reopening plan guts the remote learning of over 20,000 students with disabilities, one of the very priority groups reopening is supposed to be helping. Also, yesterday during the Far South CAC meeting, parents mentioned lack of motivation, mental health, and academic rigor and financial stress as major factors for why they chose in person. What is CPS and the mayor doing to work on the same issues for the majority of families who stay remote and cannot go in person? We must improve remote learning. If we can spend $1.5 million on signage, we can spend more for our remote learning. Raise Your Hand has disgusted the attempts to pit parents against one another, when in reality, everyone is getting the short end of the stick. My last point is about partnership. If these past 10 months are an example of what parent partnership looks like, I don't understand how CPS ever plans to heal and regain trust with the community. You say parents are partners, but why is CPS intimidating parents? You say parents are partners, but why are there repeated attempts to shut down LSEs from holding special meetings by OLCR? It is infuriating and disempowering to see the district only cares about LSEs when it is convenient to them. Over 117 LSEs have passed resolutions expressing their concerns and questions. As the only elected body in education, they are holding up a mirror to CPS, revealing the lack of collaborative planning by all stakeholders. Decisions of this magnitude cannot be made in a vacuum. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, we'll continue with Speaker number 3, Emily Lambert, followed by Speaker number 4, Tanisha Diggs. Speaker 3, please. Please unmute. Thank you. You can proceed. Please unmute. As a reminder for the speakers, you can hit *6 on your phone to unmute. Speaker 3, thank you. You can
Hello.
proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, President Del Valle, Dr. Jackson, and board members. I'm Emily Lambert, an LSC representative at Kellogg. This isn't my first time here speaking with you. You're familiar at this point with our capital needs, above all the need for an addition. But I'm here today asking for your help in resolving an issue that needs immediate attention. CPS has allocated $3 million to address some of our most basic needs, some created by long deferred maintenance. One of those has to do with the pneumatic system, because sometimes the rooms are freezing and sometimes they're desperately hot. We had a meeting 3 weeks ago at which we learned that CPS now considers the pneumatic system a facilities matter, not a capital one. In theory, that just means it gets addressed via a different channel and someone was out to review the issue and create a scope of work. But what it actually means in practice is that this problem might not be resolved anytime soon, because we've been working through this facilities channel for years And we've had multiple facilities managers in this time, and the contract's going to be changing again, and this doesn't bode well for us. I'm asking you to please intervene and make sure that this gets addressed now as part of the upcoming work. I realize this comes down to who will pay for the fixing, and that's not trivial, but right now our children are paying for it, and I think we all agree they have enough else to do and carry right now. There are some basic things in the building that should work, and they include heating systems. It's frustrating to me, and I'm sure to you, that this is an issue that has to come before the board and take up precious time, but this is the closest that we've come to having this fixed, and we don't want it killed by bureaucracy. The need for an addition remains an unresolved issue. The only plans on the table are to continue trying to fix up the modular, even though fixes quickly fail. Budgets are tight, likely to get tighter. It's never a good time to be wasting public money, and that's especially true now. We need a better plan, but right now we also really need a working heating system. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. We'll continue with speaker number 4, Mr. President, Denisha Diggs, followed by speaker number 5, Meredith Crute. Speaker 4, please. Please unmute. Speaker 4, if you can please unmute.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Hello?
Yes, you can proceed.
Hi, my name is Denisha Diggs, and I'm speaking on behalf of House School of Excellence. I'm a parent, basically. And I am on this call because I want to encourage you to continue to support the urban school leadership. I would like to thank AUSL for all the success, achievements, donations, and contributions they have brought to HOW. I would like to thank AUSL for the fundamental and educational programs brought to HOW. The different programs offered here at HOW has made a big difference to parents and students. Parenting classes have helped parents feel more comfortable with coming forward to help their children. The after-school program is one of the biggest helps that AUSL has brought. I have seen the growth in my son as a parent and other students. They put on big smiles watching my son grow from feeling uncomfortable with presenting himself in class to being powerful and confident in whatever he does. I really love the teachers he was able to work with here. They've worked with him one-on-one, encouraging him and letting him know he can do the work. This really boosts his confidence. I saw the growth in reading and math. AUSL has staffed HOW with great leadership and teachers. Both AUSL and HOW definitely had a great impact on my son. AUSL and HOW really pushed their students towards success. They encourage the children to be successful. They truly would like to thank you all, Board of Education and AUSL. The impact you've had on HOW has been phenomenal. Thank you all.
Thank you for your comments. We'll continue then with speaker number 5, please, Meredith Crute, followed by speaker number 6, Adrian Samudio. Speaker 5. If you can please unmute. Speaker number 5, if you can please unmute. Thank you. You can proceed.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please proceed.
Sorry. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I am the parent of a 5th and 7th grader, one of whom is dyslexic, and also part of a rapidly growing network of parents who is frustrated that our voices have been drowned out in the screaming of late. Our network is spread across demographic groups, neighborhoods, and economic groups, and we will continue to put significant efforts against giving all parents better opportunities to advocate for their children. We're thousands now, but as the fear of speaking out is reduced, you will see that number grow to tens or hundreds of thousands of us. While the focus is on giving all parents a voice and a choice about hybrid versus remote, What we're ultimately seeking is that our voices have equal weight with CPS and CTU leadership in decisions regarding our children. Let me give some color to this. CTU, while many parents, including myself, often agree with your end goals, the tactics that you have been using are frequently described by parents as extreme and divisive. The parents among us have been attacked. You've pulled teachers who have been teaching in person successfully in safety out of the classroom. And you are including our children when you have your teachers teach outside and they see it on remote. The strike is being held over our heads and that it denies science and would be a clear disaster for our children. These methods not only sow divisions within our school communities that will be impossible to overcome, they clearly do not have children or our families in mind.
Speaker
As
5,
you
you have
said,
30 seconds.
our goals are not mutually exclusive. All of your goals are our goals, and telling teachers that they are in conflict pits them against us. In my last few seconds, CPS has a diverse learner parent. I ask that parents be more properly included as partners in the IEP process. The current stance delayed my own daughter's diagnosis by 5 years, and research shows that she would have made double the progress had she started supports in kindergarten versus 5th grade. To be clear, I understand this is a complex system, but working together more collaboratively with parents will significantly improve outcomes and likely reduce the cost of achieving them. My final point is that I ask that both CPS and CTU bring us in as your partners and give us a formal voice, system-wide voice that can be included in CTU and CPS leadership decisions regarding our children.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, we'll continue then with speaker number 6, Adrian Samudio, followed by speaker number 7, Patrick Love.
Hello.
Yes, please proceed.
Hi, everyone. My name is Adrian Isaiah Zamudio. I'm a senior that attends Jones College Prep. Like many other CPS students, I've become familiar with remote learning, and I'm here on the behalf of my school community and CPS's decision to remove our one asynchronous day, which we call Eagle Days. Students like myself do not believe that this decision was made in the best interest of CPS students, and CPS's decision to increase student screen time with an additional mandatory 4 hours on-screen synchronous learning on Wednesdays will do more harm than good. Students need time to get away from their screens, go outside, engage in self-care, focus on their mental health, and interact with people in real life. The CPS mandate for students to spend even more time on their screens each week will actually hurt students' learning, lead to a decrease in focus, attention, and increased stress. Together as a student body, we compiled a list of over 290 testimonials about the importance of asynchronous days like Eagle Days to students. Eagle Days have become essential to all Jones students, and they have decreased students' anxieties about the pandemic and significantly helped students' mental health issues like depression. Between regular schoolwork, increased screen time, family responsibilities, and the pressures of living through a public health emergency, students are feeling overwhelmed. The testimonials demonstrate that these Eagle Days have provided students with a much needed and well-deserved outlet from these overwhelming pressures. I plan to email this document to the board members shortly after this meeting, but I'm asking the board to read over the document to gain a better understanding of the impact we have with an asynchronous day on our schedules.
Speaker 6, you have 30 seconds.
We, the student body, are asking you to adopt a flexible policy with respect to daily instructional minutes for the duration of the pandemic and restore asynchronous learning days like Eagle Days at Jones and other CPS schools that either had or would like to add such days, because we believe that these mandated synchronous days favor privileged students. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll continue, Mr. President, with speaker number 7, Patrick Love, followed by speaker number 16, Danielle Foster. Speaker 7,
morning.
you can proceed. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Love, and I'm speaking today in support of Elaine Locke Charter School's renewal application. It has been my privilege to be the principal of Elaine Locke for the last 10 years, and it is an honor to work with such a dedicated team, supportive parents, and eager students. Elaine Locke, located in the underserved community of East Garfield Park, is one of the highest achieving schools in the city. Our student body is 99% African American, 92% low income, and 19% are diverse learners. Named after the first African-American Rhodes Scholar, Lane Locke is committed to absolute excellence, ensuring that our students are globally competitive. Opened in 1999 and operating for over 20 years, Lane Locke has been recognized nationally, statewide, and locally as one of the highest performing charter schools in Illinois. At Lane Locke, we focus on core subjects supplemented by a wide array of enrichment programs like art, music, physical education, and weekly clubs. Our weekly professional development equips our instructional staff with the tools for successful teaching. We engage strong parent involvement through parent power meetings and a parent advisory committee. Finally, we serve as a demonstration site for other schools to learn about how they can use the Lane Locke strategies that have been so successful. To help minimize more exclusionary discipline practices, we have been promoting and encouraging positive behavior through school-wide incentives, mentorship, and social-emotional learning activities. To help us in this effort, we hired
Speaker
a
7,
full-time
you have 30 seconds.
To help us in this effort, we hired a full-time social worker to provide counseling services, support targeted interventions, and share effective management strategies with our team. We appreciate that our families entrust us with the opportunity to educate their children and look forward to continuing our mission and important work for many, many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll continue, Mr. President, with speaker number 16, please. Vaniel Foster. Please unmute. Thank you. You can proceed.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vaniel Foster. I'm the proud parent of 2 students that have graduated from Lane Locke. When Lane Locke opened its doors in 1999, I was afraid and skeptical about charter schools and what would they offer my children. The choices for school options were limited, to say the least, in my community. Lane Locke offered my children a world-class education, in my opinion, at no cost to me. Let's fast forward to 2021. I have produced 2 very smart and prepared young adult citizens who are thriving with many opportunities for their professional careers. The educational foundation that Lane Locke provides for our students is one of a kind. Lane Locke educates the whole child, encouraging students where they are and helping them reach their full potential. Lane Locke is the best on the West Side, in my opinion. And my hope is that our charter is renewed for years to come. Our motto, absolute excellence, is our way every day. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll continue, Mr. President, then with speaker number 9, please. Lorinda Patton, followed by speaker number 10, Elijah McDavid. Speaker number 9, please unmute. Thank you. You can proceed.
Hi, I am Lorinda Patton, parent of 2 urban prep students, class of 2023 and 2024. I chose urban prep because of the proclamation of 100% college acceptance. My oldest son tested into advanced prep classes, and my youngest son is a diverse learner. They both are receiving impeccable support from all staff members. Urban Prep provides non-traditional sports like lacrosse, support programs like BAM, Becoming a Man. Mr. Mason, the current principal, is outstanding. He makes himself available to parents through parent council meetings, emails, and his cell phone. Mr. Mason also have relatable relationships with our students because he looks like them. He's also a teacher and teach one of the electives that my both sons participate in. Finally, community that's held every morning delivers affirmations and discussion of current events that provides motivation and helps shape our young men. I am asking that TPS reinvest in the charter for urban prep. The environment feels like a family for me and my sons. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your comments. We'll continue, Mr. President, with speaker number 10, please, Elijah McDavid, followed by speaker number 15, Demetris Jamete. Speaker number 10.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
I'm Mr. McDavid, proud of them since class of 2021, and I go to Urban Prep campus in Inglewood. I'm speaking on the renewal of my charter school and what it would mean to us at Urban Prep as students. Urban Prep is a community, not just a school. It allows us to build character as well as gain opportunities and experiences we wouldn't usually experience in a normal school. I've been an office assistant at Urban Prep for 3 years, the president of the National Society of Black Engineers Junior, and an NHS member for 2 years at Urban Prep. Urban Prep has given me opportunities that I didn't think I would gain at any other school, and has allowed me to get the Posse Scholarship and 4 years paid tuition to Middlebury College in the fall. Urban Prep has allowed me to build character as well as gain connections with other people that will help me in the future in building my career. Urban Prep is a school that doesn't just focus on curriculum, but it focuses on the mental and educational health of all their students. And I just want to speak on the renewal of my charter, and it would mean a lot if you guys would reinvest in Urban Prep.
Thank you for your comments, speaker number 10. We'll continue, Mr. President, then with speaker 15, Demetrius Jamete, followed by speaker 14, Dennis Lacewell. Speaker 15, please. If you can please unmute. Thank you. Please proceed.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Demetrius Jamete, Pride Relations, class 2021, Urban Prep Inglewood campus. I'm in favor of my school's renewal. Over the course of my 4 years, I have learned so much about myself and seeing my growth. I know that I have been prepared to handle any obstacles that come my way. I have had opportunities to create bonds with my classmates and soon become my lifelong brotherhoods. I have also been able to attend events, meet celebrities that I never thought I would. And all of them have been proud and have been proud and impressed with me and my brother's success. Urban Prep has been nothing but a blessing to me. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today and my experience at Urban Prep Inglewood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll continue then, Mr. President, again. Speaker 14, Dennis Lacewell, followed by speaker 18, Mikey Taylor. Speaker 14, if you can please unmute. Speaker 14, please unmute. Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning. My name is Dennis Lacewell, and I am the Chief Academic Officer of Urban Prep Academies, operator of Urban Prep Charter Academy for Young Men at Inglewood campus. I was a member of the original design team that opened the first Urban Prep campus in Chicago's Inglewood community, where I served as the school's founding principal in 2006. We are currently the oldest non-selective high school in the Inglewood community and have been providing educational opportunities for young, intelligent, Black and beautiful men for over 15 years, including ensuring that each and every one of our graduates has been admitted to a 4-year college. Despite Urban Prep's achievements, we are only being offered a 1-year charter contract with an option for a 1-year renewal. The rationale for the unreasonably short agreement has very little to do with meeting academic standards. Of course they can't, as Urban Prep Inglewood has traditionally exceeded the outcomes of young Black men at non-selective schools for attendance, freshman on track, college enrollment, college persistence, and college completion. Instead, the reasons we were given for the 1-year agreement centered on previous years of untimely document submission to Epicenter and prior financial challenges that began when the state of Illinois had no budget and CPS itself faced insolvency. Yet instead of acknowledging Urban Prep's 15 years in the community, the thousands of young Black men we have served, our success in overcoming the aforementioned financial challenges, and our relentlessness in fulfilling our mission even in the midst of a crisis, we are offered a renewal contract that states that if one single item isn't submitted to I&I on time, the charter could be revoked or not renewed. This is nothing short of outrageous. During the pandemic, we have continued to serve our families by safely implementing a hybrid instructional model, providing
Speaker
social
14,
emotional
you have
support
30 seconds.
for our young men and feeding over 3,000 members of our school community during Thanksgiving and Christmas. All of this accomplished despite the litany of slights we received from our authorizers, such as continuing to suffer through the summers with no air conditioning, a leaky roof, stairwells with no railings, and a dilapidated, unsafe track and football field. And last spring, as the district provided all CPS schools with devices for remote learning, Urban Prep Inglewood provides the most outdated and inadequate student computers out of any school in the city by CPS, as documented by multiple reports and media outlets. This treatment is not consistent with the actions of a supportive authorizer who wants to see academic achievement, particularly for young Black men, continue to improve. We are committed to our students, the Inglewood community, and forging a positive partnership between Urban Prep and CPS. It is our deepest hope that CPS shares the same commitment and will renew Urban Prep's Inglewood campus for at least 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll continue, Mr. President, then with Speaker 18, please. Mikey Taylor, followed by Speaker number 21, Ms. Mothershed. Speaker 18, please. Please unmute. Thank you. Please proceed.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Taylor. I'm a graduating senior here at Jackson State University. I'm the 2016 class of Urban Prep Inglewood campus. Urban Prep has been good to me during my time at Urban Prep and the time I've graduated. Upon graduation from Urban Prep, I received the Alfred B. Lee Scholarship, which was $2,500 towards my books or any other expenses of my college. I also want to touch on the fact that Urban Prep is a great family feeling. They still check on all their students who are in college for alumni days throughout their college years, and also provide financial support throughout school. The teachers at Urban Prep are there for you. The teachers there are, they only care about your success. They teach you about things that are really going to help you in life. They teach you about college. They drain those things into you all throughout those years at Urban Prep, which has molded me into the man I am today. Like I said, I'm about to graduate from Jackson State University, and I'm going on to grad school in the fall. And I wouldn't be able to do that without believing in myself, without the help from my teachers at Urban Prep, and all of the peers and former students from Urban Prep that has just motivated me to do great things. One thing at Urban Prep we always say is we believe, and I believe that Urban Prep shall be renewed for at least 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll continue then with Speaker 21, Ms. Mothershed, followed by Speaker 23, Eric Brown. Speaker 21, please. Please unmute. Thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Mrs. Mothershed. My son goes to Urban Prep Inglewood. I personally sent my son there because I knew of the advantages that he would get as a young Black male going there. The structure he would see coming from other African-American men, not just from what he's seeing on the news, from the drug dealing to the carjacking in the streets on a daily basis. Even through the pandemic, Urban Prep has worked diligently to make sure my son is learning and is on his academic levels. He is at a 3.5 GPA, and he is a freshman. He has already received a invitation to go to National Youth Leadership for Engineering, and he's still just a freshman. My son has taken all the advantages of the 1 day a week of hybrid learning. I appreciate Mr. Mason for showing continuous leadership for our boys and the staff, his staff that he does every day. Urban Prep are teaching our young men to pull their pants up, know how to wear a tie, even tie a tie, know how to put on a suit, how to be responsible for their actions and have respect for themselves and for others. Believing in yourself and have resilience to keep moving forward, and so much more. That is why we need Urban Prep. I thank you all on the board for allowing me as a parent to speak today, and I hope with me speaking will help you guys to renew the contract for Urban Prep. We believe. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for your comments. We'll continue then with Speaker number 23, Eric Brown, followed by Speaker 25, Monteith Brown. Speaker 23, please. Please unmute. Thank you. Please proceed.
All right. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you all. I'm here as the principal of Urban Prep Inglewood Campus to ask you to renew our charter. Our mission is to provide a comprehensive, high-quality college preparatory education that results in our graduates succeeding in college, and we have been committed to doing just that. We are all aware of the plight of black and brown people in this country. As a CPS graduate, I can say with strong conviction that there is a need for a school like Urban Prep Inglewood serving black and brown young men here in this city. Our school has shown consistent progress in increasing our academic numbers over the past few years. Over the course of the last 3 years, our 10th grade PSAT math growth, freshmen on track, early college credentials, dropout rate, attendance, my voice, my school, and our 4-year cohort graduation rate have all improved. In addition, we were 1/10 of a point away from receiving a rating of a 2+ on our most recent SQRP. Our college enrollment of 70.8% exceeded the district average of 67.2%, and our college persistence of 72.2% exceeds local and national averages for black males. Contrary to what might be presented to you, we're in compliance with all IEPs, and our 504s of our diverse learner team, and our diverse learner team has worked diligently to meet the needs for our diverse learner population, among the highest in the city at 26.3%. We have a strong focus on our young men's social and emotional well-being. We offer an SEL class called Pride, have dedicated personal counselors, and this past school year, we met 6 of the 8 metrics outlined by the Office of Social Emotional Learning to become an established SEL school. In addition, we have expanded our programming and community engagement to better support our young men as well as to ensure we have a close.
You have 30 seconds.
We have partnerships with Chicago State, Metropolitan Family Services, Becoming a Man, Lincoln Park Zoo, and National Society of Black Engineers, to name a few, allow us to provide our young men with a multitude of experiences. We also have one of only 2 lacrosse programs in public schools on the South Side. We have also begun a Brothers Keepers mentoring program in which a number of our students mentor 7th and 8th grade males from neighboring elementary schools. Our young men have hosted blood drives, health fair, and have led initiatives that include a turkey drive, as well as we have hosted 2 celebrity basketball games that brought out multiple stars. My ask is that you allow us to continue to be thought partner with the community around best serving the needs of this community and of the South Side to ensure all black boys have access to the education they deserve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. We'll continue, Mr. President, with Speaker 25, Monteith Brown, followed by Speaker number 11, Brian Paul. Speaker 25, please. If you can please unmute. Thank you. Please proceed.
Good evening. My name is Mr. Brown, part of Solidarity Class of 2021. I'm speaking on behalf of Urban Prep now to help me. Urban Prep gave me another chance to return. Going to Urban Prep can be a journey. It can be the best journey or a difficult journey, but it's truly what you make it. And my journey, like telling the kids the oven is hot over and over, and I still trust it, even though I'm not going to be burned by my decisions. For some of you all that have my going over, I said, the why I'm saying is I wasn't the best student. When I first got there, I wasn't living up to my potential. And because I touched the stove my sophomore year, I was unfortunately expelled. Urban Prep gave me another chance to return. I came back my junior year, even though I made it tough for myself. Now I'm focused on graduating. Urban Prep gave me a second chance as a student to return. I am making the most out of my journey at Urban Prep Inglewood. Please take my story as an Urban Prep student and so many more stories like mine into consideration. This school has helped me and so many other of my brothers. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your comments. We'll continue, Mr. President, then with Speaker number 11, Brian Paul, followed by Speaker 12, Leonard Moore. Speaker 11, please unmute. Thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Paul, and I'm a parent of a CPS student. In the internal struggle around whether to share my perspective, I lean on the late, great John Lewis, who said, when you see something that's not right, not fair, not just, you have to speak up, you have to say something, and you have to do something. It's in that vein that I'm here today as a parent of a first grader who was welcomed to his kindergarten year with an 11-day strike around a slew of issues, ultimately resolved with a 5-year commitment. 20 months later, we have yet another dispute, this time around reopening plans, though the science and physicians and, as of last night, the CDC all stress that we can do this safely. But beyond this, and with an endless slate of issues threatening to derail each school year, my fellow parents hold their collective breaths, wondering what will drive the next conflict. This seemingly never ends. Today, I'm asking who represents CPS parents and our children, because what you will not find is a collective CPS parent voice. It just does not exist. Inevitably, parents will be told that a collective voice won't serve them well. They'll be told that, for example, that given the disparities in income or in race, some parents just don't get it. We've all heard that narrative. Well, here's what I think. Of course, there's differences, but I purport that there is far more that unites us, namely that parents are best equipped to advocate for our children. We must never allow ourselves to be divided by outside interests which seek to consolidate power by pitting parents and communities against each other. CPS parents want to make this work. We love
Speaker
Chicago
11, you have
and our
30 seconds.
teachers and our principals and our neighbors, and we love our communities. This is an incredible city with so much that is going right. And so to CPS and CTU, help the parents to make it make sense to continue sending our students to Chicago public schools. As our mayor said last night, grocery workers to nurses to bus drivers and cooks, they're all essential and they've all been keeping the city going. We thank them for putting themselves out there for us. Today, we ask that the 350,000 CPS students, many of whom are struggling socially, emotionally, and academically, finally become important as well. Parents, let's come together and let's finally share what we need. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll continue, Mr. President, then with Speaker 12, Leonard Moore, followed by Speaker 20, Tamika Christian. Speaker 12, please unmute. Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning. My name is Leonard Moore. I'm the co-chair of North London Community Action Council. Good morning, President DeValier, CEO Dr. Janice Jackson, and board members. The North London Community Action Educational Council stands steadfast and committed to ensure that every child who attends a school in North Londale receives a rigorous, equitable, and high-quality education. We delayed our community-led proposal after listening to the parents' concerns regarding a new STEAM Partnership Academy in North Londale. We are establishing a North Londale Steering Committee as we continue our parent outreach efforts. One, to give parents a platform to express their education aspirations and expectations for their children's learning and academic achievement. Two, to give parents opportunity to have greater autonomy in determining the educational options and learning opportunities for their children. Three, to engage parents, especially from Crown, Londale, and Sumner, in meaningful collaborative discussions around our proposal. And four, to encourage more parents in decision-making for a new school here in North Londale. We are inviting and encouraging our parents to join the North London Steering Committee. Please contact us at 312-857-4480 or email us at northlandalesteamacademy@gmail.com. Thank you for this opportunity to address the Board of Education.
Thank you for your comments. We'll continue, Mr. President, with Speaker 20, Tamika Christian, followed by Speaker 26, Rodney Brown. Please proceed.
This is Tamika Christian, a member of the North Londale Community Action Council for Education. Thank you, President DeValier, CPS Board, and Dr. Jackson for hearing us today. I want to share, we heard you, CPS Board, as well as the parents. We heard the parents' concerns and others in the North Londale community regarding the safety of the proposed new STEAM Partnership Academy. I wanted to let you know today we are doing our due diligence to work with organizations to address safety. We're working with CPS, parents, and others to ensure the school will have an efficient and effective safety plan. The plan will include input from all of the aforementioned. We look forward to proceeding with working with the steering committee for the proposed STEAM school, as well as which will comprise of parents and community stakeholders. We look forward to continuing to pursue the new STEAM Partnership Academy and include the voices of the parents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll continue, Mr. President, with Speaker 26, Rodney Brown, followed by Speaker 28, Betty Green. Speaker 26, please unmute. Thank you. Please proceed.
My name is Rodney Brown. I am a member of the North Lawndale Community Coordinating Council and the Executive Director for New Covenant Community Development Corporation here in North Lawndale. I want to thank you for your time this morning. I appreciate this opportunity to speak on behalf of the North Lawndale STEAM Partnership Academy. NLCCC is the convener along with the community that authored the Quality of Life Plan for North Lawndale. Over the last 5 years or so, we have engaged the community in developing a plan that focused on 13 different issue areas relative to the development of our community. Those areas included capacity building, health and wellness, public safety, arts and culture, communications, technology, infrastructure, transportation, green and open spaces, North Lawndale Athletic Recreation Association, economic development, housing, workforce development, and education. As you see, well, as we were talking about bringing the school on board, we realized we have to also address these areas in terms of bringing jobs to the community, making sure we got affordable housing, and making sure we can create opportunities for new businesses to come to North Lawndale as well. As we engage in the process to bring a new school to North Lawndale, we are working on all these areas simultaneously. Furthermore, New Covenant has been named the corridor manager for the Invest Southwest program here in North Lawndale. Again, looking to bring more business to the community as well as bringing the school to the community. We have held monthly meetings, quarterly community meetings, and annual meetings, all of which include a discussion on the new STEAM
Speaker
Partnership
26,
Academy.
you have 30 seconds.
We have a pretty wide range of support for the community. This includes the North Lawndale Homeowners Association, as well as local stakeholders and other taxpayers. We fully recognize the need for specific rental support, as already noted. NLCCC is also engaged in community healing conversations to assure that we continue to hear from the community and are actively engaged in finding solutions. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your comments. We'll continue, Mr. President, with Speaker 28, Betty Green, followed by Speaker 13, Elizabeth Levy. Speaker 28, please. Please unmute. Speaker 28, please unmute. Speaker 28. Mr. President, we'll move on to the next speaker and then go back to Speaker 28 when we have an opportunity for her to get back on. We'll then continue with Speaker 13, Elizabeth Levy, please. Please unmute. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Elizabeth Levy. I am a CPS parent and a child psychiatrist. I would like to add my voice to those of many physician parents who are calling for reopening due to the health concerns of prolonged school closure. And we need to recruit another group of highly educated professionals and child development experts, our incredible teachers, to convince their union leadership to do the right thing before our schools descend into chaos. In fact, it has already begun. Today, thousands of pre-K and special needs students who particularly need stability have had their in-person learning abruptly interrupted. My son is in kindergarten and he is so excited to return to school. I don't know what I'll tell him if next week's reopening falls apart. We need to come together. The education, health, and safety of our children is at stake. Academic outcomes are not equivalent with remote learning, particularly for vulnerable students, and that's just the beginning. As a psychiatrist, I am seeing the mental health impact every day. Children are becoming sad, angry, and disengaged without in-person interaction with their teacher and peers. Parents are also stressed, and there's increased tension and sometimes violence at home. On Monday, a group of parents gathered at an elementary school in Englewood to rally for reopening. They cited concerns about their children's safety and increases in community violence. We now have months of data showing that schools are not significant contributors to
Speaker
community
13, you have
spread.
30 seconds.
Epidemiologists at the CDC and Harvard have said that schools should be the last to close and the first to open. Chicago has now moved into phase 4. Bars and restaurants are open. It's time for our kids to be in school. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll continue, Mr. President, with speaker number 17, Annie Gill Bloyer, followed by speaker 19, Rosemary Vega. Speaker 17, please. Please unmute. Thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Annie Gill Bloyer, and I'm the chairperson of the LSC of Newfield Primary School in Rogers Park. Like many LSCs across the city, ours passed a resolution this month outlining our concerns related to the reopening plan. But as an individual LSC parent representative, I wanted to speak to you today about my ongoing concerns. Newfield is a highly diverse Title I pre-K to fourth grade school, and 85% of our students are children of color. It's notable that our families are opting into in-person learning in ways that do not mirror the dynamics we see citywide. Half of our students are opting for in-person learning, and half are opting to continue in remote learning. And this 50-50 breakdown holds true across all of our demographics, across all racial groups, across diverse learners, and across English language learners. As a school that centers our work around concerns for equity, this 50-50 split puts our school in a real bind. We're ramping up to function as two different schools, one that is hybrid and one that is remote. And if that challenge were not complicated enough, our school must find a way to do this with 48% of our K-4 classroom-based teachers with approved or pending accommodations to telework, as well as 60% of our special ed K-4 teachers. We've not been granted any additional custodial staff, and furthermore, we've only been able to hire one of the 3 cadre subs that we need, and despite heavy recruitment, only 2 people have applied for those sub positions. Speaking of subs, no subs are provided if a SECA can't come in, and no subs for teacher assistants either.
Speaker 17, you have 30 seconds.
The hourly workers we've hired are needed to cover preparation periods, supervise in-person learners, cover lunches, recess, and more. When the SECA or TA is out, it disrupts coverage for both in-person and remote learners. It seems like there's no room for error. The whole house of cards falls apart if just a few people can't report to work. So simply put, CPS and CTU have been involved in tense negotiations over the plan, but my concerns lie in simply having the staffing in place to have a shadow of a chance of making the plan work for both in-person and remote students. Again, our families are asking 50-50. We need help with staffing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll continue, Mr. President, with speaker number 19, please, Rosemary Vega, followed by speaker number 22, Megan Marty. Speaker 19, please unmute. Thank you. Please proceed.
Hello?
Yes, please proceed.
Yes, my name is Rosemary Vega. I am a CPS parent. I have a 4th grader and a 12th grader in the CPS system, and I just want to say the same reason Mr. Del Valle didn't win mayor is the same reason why we're asking CPS not to reopen, because we don't trust their plan, because we don't trust them. In the past, they've let us down. They've lied to us. They continue to say they've put money into the schools. We don't see it. You can't even keep proper nursing in the schooling. Now you want to put the kids in during a pandemic. You can't control the overcrowding of the classroom, but you're going to make space during a pandemic. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. And I just want to say, Del Valle, I am so embarrassed to be, that you're Hispanic and you're not understanding that every child has different needs, speeds, and challenges, and yet you're continuing with this plan moving forward. You're not listening to the teachers. You're not respecting their career. You're not respecting the parents' opinion. You ought to be ashamed. And you know what? Ms. Jackson is no different than Claypool, and Lori Lightfoot is no different than Rahm. The regime is the same, and it's all about money and not about our students first. And you guys ought to be embarrassed. And what's going to happen when our children start getting sick and dying? And you say that kids they can't get each other sick. Kids carry all the time they're getting sick. They have the flu. They're constantly having fever. You're just letting us down, and you're using us as guinea pigs. And I have to conclude by saying you're a rubber stamp board meeting. You're not listening to us. You don't care about us. And that's why we're fighting, and we'll continue fighting.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker, Mr. President, is speaker number 22, Megan Marty, followed by speaker 24, Angel Alvarez. Please proceed.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hi, thank you so much to the members of the board. My name is Megan Marty, and I have 3 children in CPS, a 6th grader, a 3rd grader, and a kindergartner. I want to start off by thanking Dr. Jackson and Chief McDade, the rest of CPS leadership, and all of the amazing chiefs, principals, other administrators, and individual teachers and staff who have been working tirelessly to try and bring children back to the classroom. You have the best interests of the city's children in mind, and when faced with enormous amounts of scrutiny and questioning, your press conferences and social media are positive and hopeful. You always go high, even when so many others go low. I speak for many parents who want their children to return to some form of in-person learning, but feel bullied into silencing our beliefs for fear of being pitted against their children's beloved teachers. On social media and in the press, CTU sadly encourages negative discourse, and we are called selfish and callous if we express our desire for in-person instruction. CTU leadership seems to ignore local and national public health data on school reopenings, instilling fear in communities who have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. The goalposts for a safe return are constantly moving. Our kids sit with massive amounts of uncertainty, and we all lose. The parents that I know adore our school community, and my children love their teachers. We understand there is anxiety about returning to school and all of the new challenges that come with simultaneous hybrid and remote learning. However, we would never have selected hybrid learning if we thought we were putting our children or teachers and staff at risk. CPS has put together a thoughtful plan based on public health data and approved by the medical community, which will create a safe learning environment for our teachers and children. Parents and children understand that hybrid learning will be nothing like school as we once knew it. We also understand there could at first be some substantive learning loss as we navigate the inevitable bumps in the road. Yet we believe the benefits of reuniting with teachers, peers, and the school community far outweigh these difficulties. We believe it is safe and necessary to start reviving these children who have lived through so much loss in this past year. Thank you for fighting for the city's children, and we appreciate you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, before we continue with the next speaker, we have speaker number 28 back on. Betty Green, please. Please unmute. Thank you. Please proceed.
I'm Betty Allen Green from North Lawndale. Good afternoon, President Valle, members of the board, CEO Dr. Jackson, and Chief McDade. In November of 2020, North Lawndale submitted a proposal to bring a new STEAM Partnership Academy to the North Lawndale community. After hearing concerns from some of our parents, we paused our proposal. Even though we are still committed to bringing this school to the community for our children, we also understand the importance of having the voices of our parents guide our decisions. So as part of our ongoing parent and community engagement efforts, we have formed a steering committee. We are inviting parents from Crown, Lawndale, and Sumner to join the North Lawndale Steering Committee and lead the effort to develop educational opportunities that will prepare our children to meet the challenges of the future. We are inviting any parents from those 3 schools to reach out to us and join the steering committee. Our number is 312-857-4480. We will also post the number on the NLCCC website, North Lawndale newspapers, and on social media. Additionally, we will
you have 30 seconds.
Your secretary. So if any parents contact you, we would like for you to share this information with them. Thank you for serving the children of Chicago, and thanks for listening to me.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, we'll continue then with speaker 24, Angel Alvarez, followed by speaker number 27, Karen Frade. Speaker 24, please. Please proceed.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I am Dr. Angel Alvarez, a research assistant professor in the Department of Neurology at Northwestern University. I previously warned CPS officials nearly a year ago of the coming pandemic and the need to take precautions to ensure safety, promote quality instruction, address employee shortages, and focus on disparities our students face. I wish to point out the inadequacy and practical limitations of the proposed reopening plan while acknowledging some improvements that have been put forward in recent days. We have failed the needs of our most vulnerable students, particularly diverse learners and those that face homelessness and housing insecurity. Moreover, there is still significant confusion with CPS principals and employees over what best practices are and how to implement safe in-person instruction at their individual schools. The reopening plan does not provide adequate testing, which increases the likelihood of infecting from asymptomatic spreaders. The schools have not developed proper contingencies to address staff shortages. CPS survey results show a clear pattern that the schools with the highest intent to return rates serve students with more privilege and lower risk profiles. My analysis of CPS and public health data that I will send to the board will highlight how the pandemic will further aggravate problems underserved students face. I advise CPS to coordinate with city health officials to provide resources where they will have the largest impact, specifically to prioritize vaccination of school officials based on risk with an emphasis on schools in areas where the city has the highest risk of COVID. Distributing resources such as vaccines equally or through the current obfuscated process without respect to risk or need will only serve to further exacerbate the harm this pandemic has inflicted. Risk-based strategies not only address the toll the pandemic has enacted on communities of color, but will also be the most effective at controlling the outbreak. Many of these efforts are underway, but need to be accelerated. The risks of COVID are real and felt disproportionately on low-income and people of color, the same group of students that face the greatest inequity in our schools. Schools can and should reopen safely in a phased process, but need to improve strategy for risk mitigation and investment of resources where they are needed most. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll continue, Mr. President, with speaker number 27, please. Karen Freyd, followed by the last speaker, speaker number 30, Natasha Dunn. Speaker 27, please. Speaker 27.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Can you hear me? This is Karen Freyd.
Yes,
Hi.
please proceed.
Thank you. I'm a CPS elementary and high school parent, a volunteer, PTA, LSC, low-income breadwinner, and caregiver for 3 kids, including one with special needs. We live in tripled-up housing with 3 generations, 7 people who deal with physical disabilities, mental health, unemployment, job instability, needing public aid, and being a mixed-race, mostly Latinx household. That was all before COVID, before we started losing people we love, and now we're barely holding it together. While some folks are new to this struggle, it's our normal. And as a person who had to do much of their own college education via remote learning because I was at risk, I know that online learning has the potential to narrow gaps for students at the risk of failing or dropping out, like I did as a psychologist freshman when I got pregnant the first time. Instead of trying to copy best practices of remote learning, CPS pushed an incomplete reopening plan that absolutely and obviously cherry-picked publications, when a close reading of those publications shows that CPS's application, which is the important part of the science, to our reality is haphazard at best. We probably could open if the board had chosen a different strategy for school funding than to foster competition for resources for years. We probably could open equitably if things were already equitable. But the deficiencies and the chaos are a pre-existing condition for Chicago in all but the most elite schools. The reality is not all CPS schools are safe, according to your own bibliography that you obviously didn't read. I eventually did get my degree. It took me 19 years, and I was behind. But I got caught up enough to graduate with a 4.0 and to know, first, that these goalposts for student progress were made up, changed, and can be changed again if necessary. And second, that if you actually read
30 seconds.
If you read beyond the headlines, you will be better off than your peers who do not do their homework. Reading what you cite and doing the math in the fine print on the CDC charts on your own website leads to an obvious conclusion. Following CPS's comically incomplete plan will cause more harm to all students because we're working with different data inputs than those other schools. You say you're doing this for people like my kids, but you are making our life worse. The segregation you're creating between able-bodied students and those with disabilities watching from home, between schools that can afford supplies and those that can't, these conditions are separate. They are far from equal, and segregation is a weird way to define choice and equity. Kids who are in school deserve more safety, and kids with special needs like mine deserve better remote learning. science isn't a contract dispute, and you can't split the difference and have it work. You either have to do it all or nothing. And it seems like you're worried about those of us, you're not worried about those of us who always find ourselves behind. You're focused on the people who are stepping on us constantly to get ahead. And we have sent you an open letter begging for a more reasonable approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, we'll proceed then with the last speaker on the speakers list, Speaker 30, Natasha Dunn. Please unmute. Speaker 30, if you can please unmute. Thank you. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Natasha Dunn, and I'm a parent of a sixth grader in CPS. Before the pandemic, the Black community was already suffering from an epidemic of socially engineered violence and disinvestment. We were suffering from an academic and opportunity gap, leaving Black children behind in reading and math. As a result, since 2015, 33,000 Black students have been systematically forced to leave CPS. Thousands of Black teachers have been forced out also. The system is not just Chicago Board of Education or CPS's central office. It is also the Chicago Teachers Union that currently represents an 80% non-Black teaching and clinician workforce. How does CTU speak for the needs of Black children when they hardly have any Black faces in their rank and file membership? White privilege is standing on the idea that remote learning is the best option while failing students as a result. I recently did a Freedom of Information and found that during the first quarter reports, predominantly Black CPS networks had a disproportionate amount of D's and F's. This is unacceptable. White privilege is convincing the aldermen and others that we should halt reopening of schools for safety reasons while vacationing on the beach in Cancun maskless, and centering the opt-in discussion around white parents while ignoring the thousands of Black parents that also opted in. In Black schools across the district, the opt-in and no response rate was higher than those that opted out. At this point, our children are in a critical state. We have already requested that CPS create a Black Student Achievement Task Force that we've been speaking with Dr. Sweeney about, and we hope that we can move forward on that. We would like to see funding go to our children so that they can catch up. As a parent, it is my responsibility to hold CTU just as accountable as CPS. And I am demanding that CTU stop the misinformation campaign, stop harassing parents that have opted in, and work in good faith with Chicago Public Schools to return our children back. Because if not, them staying at home is only going to create a more detrimental impact to the Black community who is already suffering. It will increase the gap and fuel the system of racism and inequality.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, that concludes the speakers list, but we do have two elected officials. We'll proceed. I'll proceed by calling Representative Aaron Ortiz from the 1st District, please. Please unmute. Representative Ortiz, please unmute. Representative Ortiz. If you can please hit the *6 on your phone to unmute, please. Thank you. Please proceed.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, board members, President Del Valle, CEO Dr. Jackson, Chief McDade. My name is Aaron Ortiz, state representative of the 1st District, 2005 graduate of Nightingale Elementary and past educator at Back of the Yards College Preparatory High School. The COVID-19 pandemic has tested all of us, but we also hope and know that this soon will be over and things will return to some sense of normal. However, to millions of people, things will never be back to normal. The death of loved ones, in some cases entire families, will never be forgotten. I'm here to share my thoughts with you, the members of Chicago School Board, who have the task of reopening our schools and trying to bring our children back to some sense of normalcy. I used to be an educator. I know the importance that being in school plays for many of our students. I know how much my former colleagues want to return to in-person instruction. My district is home to over 30 schools. We have the 4th largest youth population and 2nd largest immigrant population in the state of Illinois. I represent constituents in 60609, 60629, and 60632. These 3 zip codes rank among the most infectious in the entire state, and all 3 are still showing a rise in cases. This has been the case since the pandemic started. I'll be the first to tell you, things are not working in my district. People are still dying. Historically, our neighborhoods have not had the many privileges or benefits that other neighborhoods have had. Our neighborhoods are blessed with hardworking, frontline essential workers. My constituents never stopped going to work, but many gave their lives because our economy demanded it. My mother is a cafeteria worker at a CPS school on the South Side. Every day since this pandemic started, my mom reported to work to make sure kids in our neighborhood had food. Unfortunately, she contracted COVID-19. My family was very fortunate that her symptoms are not worse. We were lucky. It's no secret that brown and black people are dying at a higher rate than their white counterparts. There continues to be significantly community spread of COVID-19 in these neighborhoods with high populations of CPS students, where additional cases of the new variants have also been identified. Parents want consistency and want the best learning environment for kids, but they also know the risks. The majority of parents in CPS have elected to keep their children remote. They know learning from home is temporary, but death is permanent. CPS still has time to continue developing their plan to resume in-person instruction. Dozens of other school districts in the Chicago area have reached agreements with their local unions to return to in-person instruction. And other school districts in the area have also made plans to vaccinate staff prior to an in-person return. I've met with parents, teachers, talked to principals, and based on those conversations, I have a few requests. First one has CPS to work with the Chicago Teachers Union to reach an agreement on a safe return to in-person instruction. Second, to restore educators' access to their remote teaching and working platforms. Teachers should not be locked out of remote work platforms while an agreement is being worked. We're better than that. There should be no in-person return to learning prior to the second semester start on February 8th. And lastly, accelerate and expand a staff vaccination program to ensure that schools can reopen for in-person learning safely. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, we'll continue then with the last elected official. We have Michael Rodriguez, the Alderman of the 22nd Ward. Alderman, if you can please unmute. Alderman, if you can please hit the *6 on your phone to unmute, please. Thank you. Please proceed.
Hello, sorry about that. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is Alderman Mike Rodriguez, 22nd Ward. I came to talk about 2 issues, and for the sake of brevity, I just wanted to say that on the first issue, I concur wholeheartedly with the previous comments by State Representative Aaron Ortiz, and would just like to second his contents. For the second item, I did want to ask or urge a no vote on the proposed contract for the impact evaluation. And I'll be brief because I'm in the middle of City Council. I am alarmed that folks that were at the table for Sustainable Community Schools in the Sustainable Community Schools Task Force were alerted at a very late hour about this evaluation and didn't have a chance to chime in on it. So as a representative of the Little Village community where Sustainable Community Schools operate. And as a representative of the 22nd Ward and all of 22nd Ward, I am concerned about transparency in this effort and about a real commitment to partnership. At the very least, you may table this item for further discussion. But once again, thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I thank Representative Ortiz for his comments and want to reiterate that we need our teachers to get vaccinated right away. I'm sad to hear what happened with some of them being some of their vaccinations being canceled. That was terrible and shouldn't have happened. And I want to make sure that our teachers are being listened to, our parents are being listened to with this return to school. I have some grave concerns. I believe our teachers can get vaccinated soon. I believe that would be a much better time to make this happen. Thank you so much. Have a good day, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Alderman. Thank you for your comments. Mr. President, this does conclude public participation. Please unmute, Mr. President. Thank you.
Board members, any questions or comments related to public participation?
President Del Valle.
Yes, Member Todd Breland.
I don't even know what to say, to be honest. But I think I have some comments, which I just going to say, I hear the pain in our city right now, and it hurts us too. The last 10 months have been wild. We have had a pandemic. Folks have lost their jobs. There were police killings and the city was on fire. We went through a wild election season. There was an attempted fascist white supremacist insurrection 2 weeks ago. Not to mention what's actually going on inside of people's homes. Many of us have lost family members. Folks are trying the best they can to get by. And I feel like with all of that, I know that everyone in our school communities have been working so hard, from our teachers to our principals, to all the school-based staff, to parents. We're seeing communities mobilize mutual aid. We're seeing communities step up for themselves. And it's exhausting. And I know that everyone is exhausted right now. And I think that's why, for all of us, we're trying to stress why it feels so important to get to an agreement so that we can find a path forward here. And I mean, if you think when I think about the impetus, as it's been discussed with me as a board member from the district on why they are fighting so hard to try to have some access to to in-person learning, this is what I hear. And this is my interpretation. There were no monthly checks that came out to families. Nobody's sending individual service providers to people's homes. The government generally has felt like a failure during this whole pandemic. And schools are the last part of that safety net in our society broadly that we have left. And so how do we, as a public institution, say, we hear your need and we can't provide it? If you were a private citizen and had private money to go get OT and PT at a private operator, you could go there. But we, the public system, can't provide that for you right now. We know that so many children come to schools for health and wellness, not just for learning and education. And so I feel that why of the district. And how, again, as the public system, as that part of the safety net of last resort, how could we say no to trying to do something for families in very desperate situations and for families that need support and whose pain we're hearing as well? On the other hand, I also hear people talking about their concerns about process, their concerns about the how. And frankly, these issues of trust that I think are not new. The historian me is also feeling like these are long and enduring and deeply held reasons why people don't trust their government. And I think we're trying to listen and we're trying to do as best we can. And it just feels like it's hard right now. And I think everyone is really trying to figure out how to move forward. And at this point, I just feel like we really need to get to an agreement so that we can get together and chart a path forward that does double down on inclusive partnerships, that does find ways to hear our families, that does find ways to pull people into this decision making and thinking and processing through all of this. But we got to get to that agreement so that that path is there. Sorry if that was incoherent. I feel a heaviness, and I don't know.
Well, thank you, Member Todd Breland, for those heartfelt comments. Any other comments or questions on public participation? Yes, Member Truss.
Yeah, I just want to just say to families, just like as families and parents and stakeholders, is always like to say, don't wait to be invited to the table. Continue to make your voices heard. Whether you agree or disagree, just understand, as my colleague stated here, that many of us have family members. We're parents, grandparents. We have family members that's navigating through this pandemic, and so we just got to. Sometimes you have to repeat that, because it's not like we're sitting up here as heartless bureaucrats. I mean, even some of our senior leadership got to remember their parents too, and they got family members who had to navigate through this pandemic. I traveled 1,600 miles just to look from a distance at my most recent grandchild, but it was more important to me just to be able to physically see her. If I couldn't touch or hold her, but I just wanted to be there. So just understand that this is not something that we're just saying that we're in a heartless way trying to side it one way or the other. But it's just that I do want to emphasize, parents, keep making sure and stakeholders, your voice is being heard, because you're a part of this discussion too. You're part of this. If everything that CPS does, you got to continue to make your voices heard, and that what brings balance to this conversation. And you have not heard anything from the district or anything from this board that your voice is not, important. And I think you heard it even Dr. Jackson's comments earlier about she's been out there, far south side as well as the north side, Belmont Craig, just having these discussions with parents, just listening and educating them on the reopening plan, but at the same time receiving feedback. So I believe all of us have a role to play, but I'm always going to emphasize the importance of parents and community stakeholders to always make sure your voices are heard. You don't have to wait to be invited to the table. Invite yourself.
Thank you, Member Truss. Any other members? If not, we will now proceed with the presentations. Dr. Jackson,
Sorry,
please
President
begin.
Delvalle.
Yes. Vice President Revolori.
Thank you. I agree with my fellow board members. This has been a period that's been hard for many families, for many students, for our schools, for our city, for our country. I think it's really important that we hear those voices that Member Truss just mentioned, that we acknowledge where other people are coming from, as Member Todd Breland mentioned. I think we have to understand that we may disagree, and yet we don't need to demonize. And I ask myself, when there is a hard decision, whether it's one that I make as a board member or one that someone else has the privilege of making, what is best for our students? And what's best for all of our students? And that's a complex question when we have such a diverse and often unequal city and system, but that's the important question. And I'm hoping that we will try to figure out what is the path forward. It will not be perfect, because we're in a situation where there are no great options. But we can't let an attempt to make things perfect, or an attempt to make the risks zero, or our own fear and uncertainty push us in directions that are not the best for students. And so I hope we can continue listening to one another, and I hope that we can continue to take steps forward, and we will adjust to a new normal. And that will be better at some point than where we came from, because we'll be working together to get there.
Thank you. Any other board members this time? Okay, if not, we'll now proceed to Dr. Jackson in the presentations.
Thank you, President Del Valle. First, we have two presentations for today. We start with one from our Chief Portfolio Officer, Bing Howe, who will present on charter renewals. Bing.
Good morning, or good afternoon, President Del Valle and board members. As shared, I am Bing Howell, the Chief Portfolio Officer for CPS. Today, I'm presenting to you the renewal recommendations for the 3 charter and contract operators whose contracts expire on June 30th of this year. First, I'm going to provide an overview of the renewal process. The school renewal process allows for a comprehensive review and evaluation of school and campus academic, financial, and operational performance over the entire agreement term. The outcomes of this comprehensive renewal and evaluation process inform a final recommendation that is provided to the Chicago Board of Education for consideration. The final action determines what will occur for the school and/or campus at the end of its current term. You can go to the next slide. The Charter School Quality Policy outlines the academic performance standards related to the SQRP that inform the district's determination about non-renewal and revocation of charter schools throughout the evaluation cycle. Due to no SQRP data for the 2020 school year caused by COVID-19, schools are to be renewed on the academic, financial, and operational merits of the rest of the prior performance during their contract term. Also, given the difficulties of the pandemic and its impact, alternatives to non-renewal decisions based on poor performance are being considered, as in this case of Urban Prep Englewood recommendation. If you go to the next slide. School and campus specific evidence is evaluated across 3 renewal evaluation domains: academic, financial, and operational performance. Each renewal evaluation domain has specific criteria and results in performance ratings. The standard recommendation for school meeting standards in the performance domains when all data is available is a 5-year renewal term. Schools that exceed expectations may be eligible for a term that is longer, to not exceed 10 years as dictated by the Illinois School Code. Conversely, schools that do not meet standards in these arenas may receive a term of lesser years. If we can move on to the next slide. And now that I've reviewed the standard process, I'll present the recommendations for the 3 school operators in this year's cohort. And we've heard different voices from a lot of these perspectives earlier today. The first school in this year's cohort is the Lane Locke Charter School, located in the West Garfield Park community. The school received a rating of meets standards for academic performance, exceeds standards for financial performance, and meets standards for operational performance, resulting in the recommendation of a 5-year term. We can go to the next slide. The next school is an options contract school in the Kenwood neighborhood, Little Black Pearl. The school received a rating of meets standards in the academic performance, but a rating of does not meet standards in the financial and operational performance domains. The contractual conditions issued will address deficiencies in the areas of legal compliance, diverse learner compliance, teacher licensure, facilities, average daily attendance, and previous agreement conditions, which the school will be held accountable to resolving during the proposed agreement term. The school is being recommended for a 2-year term. If we go to the next slide. The final school that we are recommending today is Urban Prep Academy for Young Men Charter School, which is located in Englewood neighborhood. This school failed to meet standards in all 3 of the performance domains. In light of the uncertainty created by COVID-19 and an inability to rate academic performance with SQRP, CPS has erred on the side of holding schools harmless for their performance, academic performance, and enabling schools to continue to serve the students that choose to attend them. However, Urban Prep's consistently troubling performance by all academic, financial, and operational standards raise a significant concern about the services that students are afforded in both the short and long term. I do want to share more information per Chief Academic Officer Lacewell's claim on academic performance. Now, according to the 2019-2020 school year, SQRP data, they were in the lowest quintile for SAT growth among Black student subgroups across the district and the lowest quintile for student meeting college readiness benchmarks. Because of this and some other features, the school has been on academic warning lists for the past 2 years. Now, the school designed their program to improve their academic performance, which involved them self-creating goals and CPS, the Innovation Incubation Department, signing off on that. Now, regardless of this, they failed to meet expectations set by their team to improve their academic performance and ensure their students have what they need to perform in high school and beyond. In the absence of non-renewal, though, we do propose issuing a 1-year conditional renewal requiring Urban Prep to cure its unacceptable performance by creating a contract which incorporates specific, attainable, and fundamental performance benchmarks. Failure to meet the benchmarks will result in a non-renewal decision of the 1-year renewal term being offered, causing the school to wind down and cease operations in June 30th of 2022. Thank you for your time today, and I will now take any questions that you might have on these recommendations.
Any questions regarding the charter schools renewal?
Question,
Yes.
President Delay. Chief Howell, thank you for the presentation. Can you say a little bit more about the new process for accountability, putting the new metrics in the contract and what that will, just high level, what that will look like over the course of the contract to progress monitor with the charter operators?
Yes, and thank you for that question. Specifically, one of the things that's very different about what we're doing here, but once again, one of the reasons why it's happening is because this school is so severely out of sync with academic, operational, as well as financial performance, is we have identified the areas where they are actually not compliant in all three. We've specifically let them know, here's what success needs to look like. Here's the timeline in which it actually needs to happen throughout the course of the year. We've been transparent with them about those features from November and on. And the reality is ongoing. They need to make sure that they're meeting those standards. My team needs to make sure that we're working with them and actually meeting those standards, but failure to meet any of those standards will result in us not renewing their contract once we get to a December board meeting. Conversely, being able to meet those standards will also put this board in a place where there will be the option to be able to renew the school going in for an additional year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I had a
Yes,
question.
Member Todd Breland.
Thank you, Chief Howell. Can you also just give some background, a little more background perhaps on the communication that's been had with the leadership of Urban Prep in particular around the fact that this is not something, a lot of the things that were raised in this year's concerns are not new things that have been raised. And to just give a bit of background on that, I mean, we've talked about this more before, but I think in our district, if you are a privately operating a school and your school is not performing wildly better than our district schools, I don't understand the rationale for continuing, but I'd like you to be able to speak a bit more to the specifics of the communication that's been had with their school leadership on both the academic stuff and special education issues, which was brought up. And I know that you have some, you've presented reports to us about that, but also some of the operational and financial issues, conflicts of interest, et cetera.
Yep, sure. So last year, this school has been on the academic warning list for over 2 years now. And what that means is when they were placed on the list, they received a letter, our team sat down with them, let them know the exact concerns with it, and shared the need to improve and specifically what that looked like. That created the space where there was an open dialogue between the innovation incubation team as well as the school in identifying, yes, here's a challenge, and here's what actually has to happen to resolve that challenge. And once again, that was created by Urban Prep and the innovation incubation team actually providing feedback, and that back and forth resulted in a improvement plan that Urban Prep was to be held. The Urban Prep Englewood campus was to be held accountable for. I highlight that back and forth because it wasn't a static one-time situation. It was a continual back and forth that resulted in a plan created by the school that they were to be held accountable to actually improve their academic performance. 2 years into that process, and once again, like my team engaging with them, the innovation incubation team engaging with them, it's not a one-time situation. It's multiple times throughout the course of the year to check in to make sure that it's moving, to understand what support is actually needed, to see whether things are moving or actually not. And the reality is there are a number of items, not just on the academic side, that they are actually not compliant with still, with a plan that they created. Ongoing conversation for an over 2-year window. I can rewind back to my 13 months of actually being in this role, and the reality is there are a number of operational as well as financial challenges, as I've highlighted, this school operator has had. And as a for example, in my time here, we've had, with me on it, at least 3 standalone conversations with non-compliance with a number of challenges as it pertains to supporting students with special needs. And the reality is like through those 3 conversations with our Office of Diverse Learners team, with the Innovation Incubation team, continually seeing challenges, seeing a little bit of improvement, but still not seeing enough for us to know that all of our students are actually equitably being supported across schools. And so once again, in ongoing conversations to really improve operational performance, same has existed within the financial situation. We sat down with the executive leadership team in November, actually, letting them know the dire need, the dire concerns with their performance in all 3, which once again was not the first time, but letting them know that due to renewal, here's actually how we were thinking about things, letting them know specifically what the conditions were going to be, and actually each one of the conditions actually being a counter to the things that were severely out of compliance with in all 3 of those domains. And we've had that conversation with them a few times from December to now to make sure that they're extremely explicit with that, but also extremely transparent that as an authorizer, the reality is, and I think this was initially heard by parents and a student best, their overall mission to support, African-American males, and as a school district that has a critical mass of African-American males, wanting to make sure that they succeed is something that is also in our vested interest. We want to make sure that we're able to help them in doing that, but the reality is we are a support to them actually leading in and actually doing what they committed to doing in running a high quality school, not just for the immediacy, but also for the long term.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Bing?
Yes, President Del, just a quick question.
Yes, Vice President Rivalori.
Chief Howell, one of the speakers from Urban Prep characterized this as based on concerns in the past. Would you say that's accurate, or is your response just now that these are ongoing concerns that have been raised a long time ago, or is it something else?
Yeah, so these are ongoing concerns, and the reality is we can re-up the memo that we initially submitted highlighting all this. There are a number of academic, a number of financial performance challenges that, yes, go all the way back to FY16, but 17, 18, 19 as well, and failure to actually meet, actually only being able to meet one of the 4 key indicators in the financial situation. It's actually been an ongoing challenge, as well as a number of operational challenges.
So it's lasted for a while, but it is also a concern right now.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Bing? If not, well, let's proceed with the next report.
Thank you, President Del Valle. The next report, and thank you, Bing, for that presentation. The next report is on school reopening, as I mentioned earlier. So I want to invite Chiefs McDade, Rivera, Fox, and also our Chief Labor Attorney, Caitlin Gerard, to go over that presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson.
We will continue to update the board with all of our reopening efforts, and we have a few critical updates today. I want to start really framing again the purpose of our reopening. At CPS, our top priority is and has always been to provide students with a world-class education while keeping our CPS communities healthy and safe. Thanks to the hard work of our educators and school leaders, our students' online learning experience has improved dramatically since we closed schools last spring due to the coronavirus. However, it cannot replace a traditional classroom. The availability of safe in-person instruction is an issue of equity, and we are addressing this issue head-on by safely reopening our schools. Consistent with trends that we've seen across the country, our pre-K students in cluster programs, and Black and Latino students were engaging in remote learning at significantly lower rates than in previous years. It was clear to us that online learning was not working for many of our students, and we worked with public health officials on a plan to safely bring students back to school. On January 11th, we reopened school buildings for students in pre-K and students enrolled in moderate and intensive cluster programs. We will bring K-8 students back on February 1st with some additional improvements that will help ensure we provide the safest possible learning and working environments for our students and staff. At this time, I'd like to welcome our Labor Relations Officer, Caitlin Gerard, to join us and share more about our new comprehensive proposal to the Chicago Teachers Union. Is Caitlin with us? I think that Caitlin might be in negotiations now, which is appropriate. So I will move forward and cover some of the proposal that has been shared thus far. Yesterday, CPS provided union leadership with an updated proposal which addresses most of the union's remaining concerns and builds on the progress that has been made over several weeks of discussion. These improvements will help ensure we have the safest possible learning environments, and we believe can serve as the foundation for a deal. To build on the surveillance testing program that CPS launched earlier this month when pre-K and cluster teachers returned to schools, the district has agreed to double the testing frequency for all school-based staff and will expand surveillance testing to students in the hardest hit communities. Under the district's new proposal, all school-based staff will be offered tests twice a month, and students who attend school in the 10 zip codes with the highest COVID-19 positivity rates will have the option to be tested once a month. We will also prioritize vaccinations for staff who work in our hardest hit communities. Last week, the district launched its vaccination framework, which will be used when the district begins receiving COVID-19 vaccine doses directly from the federal government in the coming weeks. In addition to guaranteeing accommodations for all teachers and support staff who either have conditions that pose an elevated risk for COVID-19 or who are the primary caregivers for family members who have an increased risk of severe illness, the district is working to provide as many additional accommodations as possible. To help accomplish this, the district's new offer outlines a series of strategies schools can use to increase accommodation levels while meeting necessary staffing to ensure all students who return can receive a quality education in a safe environment. We have proposed clear guidance for when a classroom pod, school, or the district should revert to online learning. Under our proposal, Should public health officials establish that transmission occurred across 3 separate pods and contact tracing cannot attribute to it to an isolated incident, a school will revert to online learning for 14 days. At the district level, in-person learning may be suspended if the district's positivity rate reaches 3% as established by our surveillance testing program. In that event, a joint CPS-CTU surveillance committee will make a recommendation to the CEO and union president to determine if all students should revert to remote learning. The district and CTU have aligned on the key terms of an agreement to ensure union members and other school staff have a role to play in promoting safe learning environments. The district will establish district and school level health and safety committees charged with ensuring safety and mitigation measures are implemented appropriately and consistently. At this time, I would like to share some updates around student attendance. As you know, for the past 3 weeks, thousands of CPS students have been safely learning in person, and I want to share our attendance data with you. The following set of data is a snapshot of the very first week of in-person learning, which began January 11th. 60% of families who selected in-person learning attended the first week of school. Given the significant transition to in-person for our pre-K, most of whom may have never set foot inside a school building, we are hopeful that in-person attendance will continue to grow. This is relatively consistent with national trends we've been seeing for in-person attendance. When you look at the big picture, what is most concerning is the orange block, which are students who did not attend in person or online. Again, aligned with national trends, remote learning is simply not working for many kids, and they have disengaged. Unfortunately, we see similar racial disparities across student groups. Our Black students have the greatest rates of absenteeism at more than 13%. This pandemic continues to highlight the inequities that we have seen here in Chicago and across the country. I don't think we can underestimate the power of stability and continuity that going to school every day provides students, especially our most vulnerable. This slide breaks out student attendance by different priority groups. Similar to the other trends highlighted in the previous slides, vulnerable students continue to suffer most from the pandemic. Students in transition housing or economically disadvantaged fare worse than their peers. This is the most up-to-date learner preference slide. As we have communicated to parents from the beginning, this is about providing options for families, and they can choose to return to learning at home at any time. Since the last update to the board, the number of students who chose to come back to school decreased from about 77,000 to 67,000 students. These are unusual times, and we anticipate these numbers will rebound over time as parents learn more about our reopening plans and additional studies continue to affirm that schools are, in fact, safe. I would now like to share more about the reopening instructional guidance and professional learning opportunities we've provided to educators to ensure all learners in person and at home receive a high quality learning experience. First, we've provided schools with comprehensive instructional guidance to assist them with balancing instruction for both hybrid and remote learners. We engaged over 20 cross-curricular teacher leaders to help inform the guidance, and we developed a plan for capturing and sharing best practices happening across the district. Like we did when all students were learning remotely, we are continuing our practice of providing synchronous and asynchronous instruction to students, regardless of their preferred learning method. There are a variety of ways students may receive real-time synchronous instruction from their teacher. A teacher may engage the full class, meaning those at home and those at school receive the same instruction at the same time. Or the teacher may break the students into small groups during a lesson for group work or small group lessons. For asynchronous learning, students are given opportunities to learn on their own, and these assignments may or may not require technology. We are confident in our educators' ability to effectively implement this model, and we want to support them every step of the way as they balance the needs of remote and hybrid learners. We developed a series of 4 high-quality professional development sessions and made them available to schools in a variety of formats. We are holding over 40 live facilitated sessions, and we are also providing pre-recorded sessions that educators can work through independently. If school leaders prefer to lead this professional development with their staff, we also created a deck and facilitation guide to support each of the sessions. At this time, I would like to turn things over to my colleague, Arnie Rivera, our Chief Operating Officer, and he will share with you more about our stakeholder engagement, as well as provide facilities and school readiness updates.
Thank you, Chief McDade. In our 5-year vision, we committed to communicating openly with our students and families and engaging with our school communities and partners in our shared mission. This commitment is more important now than ever, as each family has a personal decision to make about whether to send their child to school to learn in person. Our family and community engagement team conducted more than 15,000 interviews with parents and guardians across the city to gather their feedback on the return to in-person learning. We heard loud and clear that families who are ready for in-person learning have weighed their options and ultimately arrived at the decision for various reasons. Some of those reasons include fear of their child falling behind. Others have students with eyesight problems, and remote learning isn't working for them. And overwhelmingly, families express social emotional support as their main reason for choosing in-person instruction. We know schools are more than educational institutions. For many students, schools are the safest places in their communities. Families have tried to balance remote learning for the last 10 months, and it simply is not working for them. Despite the various improvements that we have made, we know nothing can replace in-person instruction and support. To help these families find a sense of community amidst what is divisive rhetoric, we plan on capturing and elevating parent stories. Many parents have expressed interest in speaking up about their experience in hopes that it can help another family make their decision. In addition to engaging with families, the district has also engaged extensively with community leaders who service Black and Latino populations, faith leaders, and community action councils, and we provided these groups with educational materials on a weekly basis to inform them about CPS's reopening safety plans. They have also included information on how parents can reach the district if they have questions or concerns. And our local school councils, whose partnerships are critical to the success of schools, have been provided weekly reopening metrics for Wave 1, including information on air purification, device distribution, and custodian availability. Now I'll share some information about how we're preparing our schools to ensure students and staff can safely return to in-person instruction. To ensure CPS is prepared for the safe return of students and staff, we have been collecting data daily on each school's readiness for reopening. We've created a public dashboard that features multiple views into school readiness, including breakdowns by individual school and key category, from delivery of staff and student masks and air purifiers to installation of hand sanitizing dispensers and air purifiers. Current data shows a 98% level of overall readiness for schools that opened prior to or beginning on February 1st. And as Dr. Jackson noted earlier today, all of our schools will be ready when our students are scheduled to return to school next week. This data is available at cps.edu/school readiness. To ensure comprehensive cleaning and disinfecting protocols are completed in our school buildings every year, the district is hiring an additional 400 custodians. We identified the need for 104 additional custodians to support the return of students in pre-K and cluster programs, and we hit that target. We have also hired the 238 additional custodians needed for the return of students in K-8. In total, we have hired 342 additional custodians to help ensure our schools are clean and ready to welcome staff. We'll now focus our attention on hiring the remaining custodial staff for grades 9 and 10, which at this time there is no timeline for those students to return. CPS has also made major investments to improve the indoor air quality in our schools. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we've worked to ensure every classroom has working ventilation to dilute air particles that may have viruses or bacteria and move out cold air out of the classroom. We hired independent state-certified environmental specialists to conduct indoor air quality assessments, and we've purchased over $42 million in additional emergency supplies to ensure our school buildings are safe. We purchased 27,000 HEPA air purifiers for every classroom and staff space that does not have mechanical ventilation. These air purifiers filter over 99.99% of airborne viruses, bacteria, and mold. It's important to note that these investments in air filtration and purification are not part of the CDC's key mitigation strategies, which are centered primarily around wearing face coverings, social distancing, and washing hands. This is why we have purchased millions of cloth face coverings for all staff and students, soap and hand sanitizer, and signage to ensure social distancing and proper hand washing. Additionally, as part of our FY20 capital plan, we've invested more than $70 million to complete active HVAC projects to promote proper air ventilation in our schools. We will continue to make necessary investments to provide a safe learning and working environment for all students and staff. Our Chief Health Officer, Dr. Fox, will now update you on the protocols we've put in place to ensure the health and wellness of our students and staff, as well as some of our shared responsibilities as a CPS community.
Well, thank you, Chief Rivera, and good afternoon, everybody. I am delighted to be joined today by Dr. Marielle Frischon, a nationally recognized pediatric infectious diseases specialist and scientist who happens also to be one of our very own medical directors at the Chicago Department of Public Health. She has kindly agreed to field questions at the close of the presentation. Thank you, Dr. Frischon, for joining us today. This first slide brings us to the topic of surveillance testing. CPS has proposed offering bi-monthly COVID-19 surveillance testing for employees who are returning to schools. As an added layer of protection to the comprehensive and strict health protocols we've put into place to prepare our schools for the safe return of students and staff, our surveillance testing program will help us measure and monitor the prevalence of COVID-19 among asymptomatic staff in our schools. I say asymptomatic staff only because anyone who is sick should be at home, period. It is important that we hammer home this point. Anyone who is sick should stay home. No one is so important that they must work sick during a pandemic. To walk you through the surveillance process, the district has been using Abbott's BinaxNOW rapid antigen tests, which will provide a result within 15 minutes of the employee's supervised self-administration of the test. If the BinaxNOW rapid test detects the antigen that indicates a COVID infection, this individual's result is considered a presumptive positive. The employee will be notified discreetly as possible to gather their belongings and return to the testing station in the school to complete a confirmatory PCR test on site, and will be asked to go home immediately and to isolate, awaiting the PCR result. The school will contact parents immediately, and we will coordinate with parents who elect to pick up their child from school. We understand that there will be times when a parent is not able to pick up their child immediately, and we have protocols in place to supervise the pod in the remainder of that day in the teacher's absence. The PCR test is the definitive one, and but it requires a laboratory to process its results. This takes about 24 to 48 hours to complete. If the definitive test is negative, the employee can return to school the next day, and the pod may return to in-person learning. If the PCR test is positive for COVID-19, the district will begin a contact tracing on the case, and the positive individual must isolate for 10 days from the initial test date. Those who have been identified as close contacts will be notified that they must quarantine for 14 days from their last contact with a positive person. Families will be provided resources to schedule a COVID-19 test between 5 and 9 days after potential exposure, and those students and staff will be expected to engage in virtual learning for the duration of their quarantine period. Thus far, as depicted in the slide, of about 2,400 surveillance tests administered in the district, there were 5 presumptive positives, a staggering 0.2% yield. To conclude, surveillance testing results are made public at cps.edu/reopening 2020. May I have the next slide, please? I am happy to update the board that the district is partnering with the Chicago Department of Public Health and the Office of Emergency Management and Communications on a vaccination plan that is safe, efficient, and equitable. The district's vaccination plan is aligned to CDPH's distribution plan and prioritizes access to the vaccine for all nurses and licensed healthcare professionals as part of CDPH's Phase 1A. We offered vaccination to more than 1,500 CPS nurses and other licensed CPS health professionals, as well as care room attendants last week. And we're excited to begin ramping up vaccinations once we start to receive doses directly from CDPH. In Phase 1B, which began Monday, we'll offer vaccination opportunities to other school-based staff who qualify as essential workers using prioritization tiers if needed based on available doses. Next slide, please. To increase vaccination access for our employees, CPS is partnering with CDPH to illuminate and prioritize availability at partner providers across the city. On January 20th, eligible healthcare providers were noted of opportunities to get vaccinated at our current partner providers, Innovative Express, Oak Street Health, and the University of Chicago. As partners continue to commit to vaccination support, opportunities will be shared with eligible staff per our prioritization framework, which was released at the end of last week. Teachers and other 1B employees are also able to contact their doctor or pharmacy for more information about vaccine availability. Next slide, please. CPS will be working over the coming weeks to ensure our staff have access to the COVID-19 vaccine. We'll be working to set up vaccination centers across the city to ensure prioritized and equitable access for CPS employees, and we will share opportunities for vaccination at these centers as doses become available. Next slide, please. This is about Health Screener. Anyone entering a building, a school building for 10 minutes or more will be required to complete a health screener before coming into a school to ensure they are low risk and free of COVID-19 symptoms. And this is to support the Chicago Department of Health's contact tracing efforts and to keep everybody safe. Staff are expected to complete the daily health screener, and each morning before a child goes to school, a parent or guardian must complete the screener for their child. Generally, students who are 18 years and older must complete their own health screener. The daily health screener asks about COVID-19 risks and symptoms that the person may be experiencing, as well as any recent travel or potential exposure to COVID-19. The screener is available at 4:30 a.m. each day and must be completed each morning at least 1 hour prior to the start of school. The screener is not available the evening before, as symptoms can change overnight. And there are 2 ways to access the screener. One way is through text message. If your contact information is up to date and you have not opted out of receiving text messages from CPS, you'll receive a text every morning with a link to the health screener. The screener is also available online at cps.edu/health screener. Next slide, please. It's important that anyone who has a positive COVID test reports their result to the district immediately so that we can activate the mandatory protocols to contain, through contact tracing, any spread of the virus. Positive cases can be reported to cps.edu/COVID results. Please be aware that the district will not act on second-party reports, speculation, rumors, or anything other than self-reporters who consent to share their confidential, legally protected health information. For transparency and public awareness, the district is tracking COVID-19 cases at cps.edu/tracking-COVID. Next slide, please. We know that a cloth face covering is one of the most effective ways to prevent the spread of COVID-19. This can be a challenge for students, but they can do it. And our youngest learners have been doing it in our schools. They're able to do this, and they've demonstrated that they will do it. We urge you to talk to your child about the importance of wearing cloth face coverings and model that behavior by wearing a mask when you go out and whenever social distancing is not possible. Schools can provide parents with online books and resources that can support these discussions at home. This is very important. You can find them on our website. Next slide, please. This is about cloth face covering accommodations. Parents and guardians may request a cloth face covering accommodation for their child if a specific medical condition requiring this is documented by a healthcare professional. An accommodation request form is available on page 10 of the reopening guide for parents at cps.edu/reopening 2020. Each request will be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. And this final slide is about collective responsibility. Chicago Public Schools is committed to health, safety, and well-being of students, teachers, staff, and the overall community. We are doing everything we can to reopen our schools safely, but we need your help. Everybody in Chicago plays an important role in keeping all of us safe and keeping all of our communities safe. As we continue the measured and steady and certain return of students to in-person learning, we are confident that as a community, we can find ways to provide students with safe, joyful, and caring learning environments, both in person and at home. The safety measures we've implemented will be strengthened by the choices you make at home. We encourage and ask everyone in the CPS family, including students, families, teachers, and staff, to practice the same safety measures our students will be using in person at school. This includes adhering to social distancing, wearing cloth face coverings, and practicing good hand hygiene, both at school and at home. Observing and teaching healthy habits we use at school, also at home, which include frequent and thorough hand washing with soap and water, proper use of cloth face coverings, and respiratory etiquette, which means catching coughs and sneezes in a tissue or in the curve of your arm. Stay home if you're sick. And finally, by setting the example for your children in modeling safe, responsible behaviors and compassion for others. Our goal is to provide in-person learning for all those who elect to attend in a safe environment. In order to meet that goal, it takes the collective action of all to keep everyone safe. As a Chicago Public School family, we must commit to engage in healthy practices in order to keep our community as safe as possible. I think that concludes the presentation part of our reopening update. And let's open to Q&A now.
Mr. President?
I want to make sure that we're done with the presentations. Dr. Jackson?
Yes, we're
Did we-
done and ready for questions.
Okay, all
Thank
right.
you.
Member Truss?
And it's probably something with facilities, like if a staff member walks into the building and there's a particular issue, could you describe the process to that person could take the work with the principal or the building engineer to remediate it? Like if they don't think something was properly sanitized before class started, there's a problem with some of the equipment or windows not opening?
Clarence, I see you off mute. Do you want to address that? Board Member Trust, Clarence Carson, our Chief Facilities Officer, is connecting right now, so he'll address that question. Clarence?
Hi, I'm sorry. Can you make sure to ask that question one more time? I apologize.
Yeah, like if a staff member, principal, parent, you have a, sometimes get this anecdotal feedback about I walked in the classroom and this wasn't, clean, prepared, etc. And if there's problems with like equipment, whether it be the purifiers or window opening, what's the process to remediate that in terms of is there a ticket developed and that process goes to this person and is there some type of response system to make sure that problem's been taken care of?
Yeah, excuse me. Yes. So every time they do a ticket, they can either do a ticket through a Snow ticket, a ServiceNow ticket, which goes directly to our command center. And they can also code it when doing that for their school. They can actually code it exactly what the issue is, and it goes right to facilities. So it'd be, this is my name, this is my school, it is a facility related ticket, and it goes directly to our command center and it goes right to the facilities respondent to that command, to that service ticket. And then we respond to it promptly. And that could be anyone from the administration, of course, put that ticket in. I guess it's easier when it's funneled through the school administration, so we can make sure that the same ticket is not, given multiple times. But that either way, we're going to make sure we're responding to it in real time.
Does that person who initiated or asked for that request, did they go back to the principal to verify that the problem's been remediated, or is there some type of online dashboard that the person can go to?
Well, that same person who initiates the ticket is now in the live dashboard that the staff can see and track. And they also get a response when it's closed out as well. Not just the fact that it's closed, but what the remediation effort was as well, and what the actions were that were taken.
Thank you.
Sure thing.
President Del Valle?
Yes, Member Roll?
I have a couple of questions for Dr. Frashone. Is that okay?
Yes.
Thanks. Dr. Frashone, a couple of questions. One is, can you share more how the city is prioritizing educators? And the second one is the CDC report that just came out. What are the big takeaways there? What's new and different that's important about our school reopening?
Yeah, hear me okay?
It's a little soft.
Okay, is that better?
Yes.
Okay, great. So starting with the CDC report, we were extremely excited to see that come out. It really reflects a tone change from the CDC and the new administration, which we have been waiting for, which is sort of putting out articles and scientific documents rather than putting out opinion, which in the past administration had happened sort of without CDC's knowledge at times, which made it very difficult for local health departments to apply the guidance on the CDC website to their own jurisdictions. This JAMA Viewpoint article that came out from the CDC and that's gotten a lot of coverage did exactly what the CDC needs to be doing, which is reviewing all international, national, and local data, as well as their own morbidity and mortality weekly reports that are peer reviewed and very heavily scrutinized, to put all of that information together and make a statement based off of not just one piece of science, but on multiple pieces of science. And I think that was a relief to a lot of us who have been trying to do that on our own, and who have tried to, and you know, we have published our own peer-reviewed article here about Chicago data and tried to make the same argument as CDC has, using international and national data. So it fits with, it's reassuring as a scientist to see the same data come out over and over again. As an infectious disease doctor, it helps me to know that COVID will react the same way no matter what classroom you're in, whether it's a classroom in Wisconsin where they have their mitigation strategies are not as strong as ours here in Chicago, whether it's a classroom in Texas, that, you know, what were the issues there, a classroom in Rhode Island. It helps me to know how the disease works, and it helps me to know that school classrooms are safer than the community, which is what we've seen here in the Chicago area. And that the 130 so schools that have been open here, and the data that we've received from them backs up what the CDC viewpoint also said. So that's the good thing about the CDC report. And then your first question was about how we're prioritizing teachers within the vaccination program. So, you know, I've been working extremely hard, obviously, over the past few weeks. You know, I'm the immunization program medical director, actually originally at CDPH. So over the past 6 years have done many outbreak responses. And of course, this is absolutely the largest one we've ever endeavored. But we've been working extremely hard to create an equity framework to acknowledge the disproportionate impact of COVID on communities and hotspots in Chicago. And also recognizing that the allocation we've received from the federal government does not account for the population density of urban jurisdictions. So this is something that we're hoping will change in the new administration, and we're getting some indication will start changing within the next month with ramped up vaccine supply. But we struggle in Chicago to make sure that the very low number of doses that we're receiving compared to our population is put into arms where we're breaking chains of transmission in this city, because that is our number one goal as vaccinators, is to make sure that we are containing the outbreak and halting the outbreak. The good news about Chicago is that compared to California and New York and the East Coast, for example, our local data shows that we're at 6.6% positivity today, which is the lowest we've been since early November. And we are on a downward trend after our post-holiday bump, which we expected. And this is, you know, our target goal for Chicago is under 5%. If we vaccinate now, we have a really good chance of beating this thing. And it depends on us getting increased supply from the federal government, but also putting vaccine into the highest risk individuals. So, of course, Tier 1A was healthcare workers, and then healthcare workers at schools as well. And then we're moving into frontline essential workers and individuals over the age of 65. With our Protect Chicago Plus plan, which you know, we've been helping to the mayor's office to inform that with the data we collect at the health department. We're trying to direct vaccine resources to the hardest hit communities and allocate a percentage of our doses to the hardest hit communities so that we really break those chains of transmission more effectively. And this will include people who go to school in those communities and teachers who go to school in those communities. And we are, anybody in phase 1B can reach out to their healthcare provider or hospital or a pharmacy near them or a federally qualified health center, wherever their doctor is, to see if they have vaccine available. But until we really get an increase in vaccine, we only have enough to vaccinate 1% of that phase per week. And it's a really sad state to be in, but something that we're not in control of right now. So we're doing the best we can to get everyone vaccinated as soon as possible. And if it were up to me, I would dump the entire nation's supply on our city, but it's not. And in the meantime, we need to sort of keep our eye on those with the highest mortality, try to get vaccine to them, and those in the neighborhoods that have been most impacted.
Thank you.
Sorry, Amy. Can
Go
I ask
ahead.
a related follow-up question, President Delay?
Member Roma, are you okay? Oh, Member Todd Breland.
Thank you. On that issue of vaccine supply, can you explain a little more about that? Because I think it's confusing for those of us who are not clear on exactly how this is working. So you mentioned the federal government. Does vaccine supply that ends up in Chicago, does that go through the state? Because I think it's hard to see other parts of the state, educators in other parts of the state, getting vaccine or being asked about a vaccine several weeks ago. And if they're getting somehow doled out a proportion of vaccine that is not proportional to the population of either 1A or 1B workers, why are we not getting a supply that is proportional to the size of our 1A and 1B folks who we know we need to get vaccines to? Is that a federal issue? Is that a pharmaceutical company issue? Is that a state issue? At what point is this decision being made about the proportionality such that we are not able to get the proportional vaccine that we know our people need?
Yeah, I mean, we've been advocating heavily for an increased allocation to urban jurisdictions, but the way that vaccine comes to Chicago is we are a separately funded jurisdiction from the state because we're so large. And there are only a few other jurisdictions that are like that: New York City, Philadelphia, Houston, and then LA County is another one that's sort of a county health department that gets an increased direct allocation. So unfortunately, that formula that they used did not take into account both the high percentage of healthcare workers that we have in our jurisdiction, as well as just the population density in and of itself and our disproportionate burden. And so that's the reason why other areas in the state who are getting their vaccine through a separate shipment are able to move through the phases more quickly than we are. And that is unfortunate, and I wish that wasn't the case. But that is the cards that we've been dealt, partially because of decisions made by the last federal administration that have then impacted the new administration, despite some of the promises that they made.
Sorry, just as one quick follow-up. How soon do you think that might change in terms of how that works? And then also in the presentation, it was mentioned partner institutions or partner providers. So our partner providers, whether that be a Walgreens or a Jewel, whoever these other places are, is that also a separate stream of supply, or is that what comes into the city and then things are doled out?
Yeah, great question. So I'll take the second question first, but the partner providers get their allocation from us. There was this federal program with the pharmacies initially to help with phase 1A, which was the long-term care facilities. The uptake there was not as high as expected, and so we are reallocating some of that vaccine to the community pharmacies if they're done with their vaccination campaigns there, because we want to get it out into the community and into the communities particularly hit hardest, to open up appointments, as many appointments as possible. So when we partner with those places, we don't have control over the individual provider decisions that get made. We can only tell them we're in phase 1B. This is who we would prioritize within that phase. And most of them are at least the clinics and private providers are calling down their current patients first, whoever has signed up to be a COVID-19 provider with our system. And then some of these other places, the urgent cares and the pharmacies, have a little bit more leeway to decide, well, I'm going to focus on this occupation. I'm going to focus on this community. I'm going to do a mobile I'm going to do a mobile vaccination event at senior housing, for example, which we're trying to sort of help them coordinate. And then additionally, we're trying to link up certain providers with high risk congregate living settings like homeless shelters where we saw huge outbreaks, and as well as sort of vulnerable populations in manufacturing and others which has impact on the community around it and drives the pandemic. So I hope that answered your question. Let me know if there's anything else.
No, I think it answered the latter part. The first part was just about like the how soon you think things might change such that we get more vaccine from the federal government. And I guess what I'm hearing, I think, is that if Chicago wants more vaccine, we need to be talking to the federal government, or advocating, shall I say, to the federal government to get more vaccine.
Yeah, and it's something we have been doing, and Governor Pritzker has been doing also on our behalf, just for the entire state. The supply needs to be buffered, but we are hearing that within the next 3 weeks or so, we'll have an increased supply. I tend to be sort of guardedly optimistic when I hear predictions like that at this point, but we are encouraging every provider in the city, just because of where we are in our outbreak, that this is such an important time to vaccinate, that every dose we give a provider, we want them to use within the week. We don't want providers sitting on vaccine. And so this is what we've been working just like day and night on, is making sure that providers have the number of doses they need, have the resources they need to vaccinate in their communities. Because at our City of Chicago mass vaccination sites, we're still going through healthcare workers. There are a lot of them. And then there are some healthcare workers who decide, oh, I didn't want it a month ago, but now I've decided that I do want it. So we're still having dentists show up. We're still having other high-risk professions show up, and we have to continue to serve them. But without an increased vaccine supply, we're limited in the amount that we can open those up. We're looking forward to the day when we get enough that we can open up our pods to the whole community, and really go a lot faster and really double down. But for now, we're sort of taking this approach of breaking the biggest chains of transmission that we know about by trying to put vaccine in the arms of people who are most at risk. And then building the sort of strategies when we do get that dump, hopefully a vaccine, that we'll be able to get it out quickly and that everybody's prepared to give it as quickly as possible.
Any other questions or comments from board members on the presentation?
I just had a quick question back on the reopening. Chief McDade shared some of the things that are newer steps. I just wanted to confirm all the same steps that we've discussed before, of keeping kids in pods, using face coverings, minimizing the physical and airspace contact among people in a school building. Those are all continuing.
That's correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? Dr. Jackson, do you want to add anything?
No, I will take additional questions, but that if there are no additional questions, that concludes the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll proceed. Board members, we will now open up the floor for questions or comments on items on the public agenda. Are there any additional questions or comments regarding public agenda items? If not, then thank you. We will now proceed with the vote on public agenda items. Madam Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will begin with items on the public agenda, read the board report numbers and brief titles. The following items do require a vote. RS1 is to amend the December 2020 RS1 resolution regarding the resolution authorizing expenditures and actions in response to COVID-19. This amendment increases the amount from $75 million to $100 million and also extends the end date from March 31st, 2021 to June 30th, 2021. RS2, Mr. President, is to amend the December 2020 resolution RS3. This is the resolution to authorize appointment of members to local school councils for new terms of office. And this amendment corrected some errors. And there were 8 teachers being removed from 7 schools on Exhibit A, 2 non-teachers being removed from 2 schools on Exhibit B, and 2 teachers being added to 1 school on Exhibit A. We then have PO1. This is the amendment to the January 2008 recruiter and access policy. And these amendments were made to more closely align with existing federal and state regulations and to update names and responsibilities for the recruiter access policy. Moving on to PO2, Mr. President. This is to amend the August of 2008 fund balance and management policy. And these amendments were made, the amendments made will bring this policy to current accounting requirements and best practices for fund reserves. It also updates the policy from a target reserve range of 5 to 10% to a reserve target of 15%. Moving on, Mr. President, we then have PO3. This is to adopt a new policy on student online personal protection. EX1 is the transfer of funds. EX2 is to authorize the renewal of Little Black Pearl Art and Design Academy agreement with conditions. And just to confirm, it's for the 2-year term. EX3 is to authorize the renewal of Elaine Block Charter School agreement with conditions for a 5-year term. Moving on to EX4, this is to authorize the renewal of Urban Prep Charter Academy for Young Men's School for the Inglewood campus agreement with performance benchmarks and conditions for a 1-year term. Moving on to OP1, this is to approve the renewal lease agreement with Urban Prep Academies for shared occupancy of the Inglewood School building for the 1-year term. Moving on to PR1, this is to authorize the first and final renewal agreement with Pacific Educational Group for race equity training services. PR2 is to authorize a new agreement with American Institutes for Research in Behavioral Sciences for evaluation services to support the Sustainable Community Schools. PR3 is to authorize a new agreement with American Institutes for Research in the Behavioral Sciences for Community Schools Initiative Consulting Services. We then move on to PR4. It is to authorize a second and final renewal for Baker Tilly for external auditing services. PR5 is to authorize the first renewal agreement with various vendors for specialty professional consulting services. Moving on, Mr. President, to PR6. This is the report on the award of construction contracts and changes to construction contracts for the Board of Education's Capital Improvement Program. We then have PR7. This is to authorize a new agreement with Lakeshore Recycling Systems for solid waste disposal, recycling, and compactor maintenance and repair. PR8 is to authorize the pre-qualification status of and new agreements with various vendors to provide construction material testing and inspection services. PR9, Mr. President, is to authorize the extension and the amendment of the agreement with iBoss. And for the record, Mr. President, I would like to note that PR9 will be corrected to reflect the vendor name as just iBoss Inc. in the title and the CEO decision paragraph. I would like to also note for the record that the final board report will be included in the agenda of action. PR10, Mr. President, is the amendment to the February 2020 board report PR10 to authorize the second and final renewal agreements with various vendors for custom print services. This amendment is necessary to increase the maximum compensation amount from $2,084,000 to $3,084,000. Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri. Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays. These matters are adopted by the board. Mr. President, I will continue with additional items on the public agenda that do not require a vote. FN1 is the Chief Financial Officer report for December 2020 and the Emergency Authority. PR11 is the Chief Procurement Officer report for November 2020 and the Delegated Authority. And then we have AR1. This is the report on board report decisions. And Mr. President, these items just need to be accepted by the board.
Please mark received and filed.
Thank you, Mr. President. And there are no further items on the public agenda. I will continue then, Mr. President, with the items on executive session agenda. And I will begin with the items from the General Counsel. The following items do require a vote. The first report is to appoint Assistant General Counsel, Department of Law, Jennifer Sifo. The second report is to authorize retention of the law office of Patel and Associates LLC. The third report is the workers' compensation payment for lump sum settlement for Victoria Martinez, case number 08WC6153. The fourth report is the workers' compensation payment for lump sum settlement for Rhonda Oliva, case number 19WC2220. The fifth report is the personal injury authorized payment of settlement for Janine Smith, independent administrator of the estate of Andre Smith, case number 16L010191. We then have the sixth report. This is to approve payment of proposed settlement regarding WH. And the seventh report, Mr. President, approve payment of proposed settlement regarding Sapia versus Board et al. Case number 1:14-ZB-7946. Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri,
Yes.
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays. These matters are adopted by the board. Mr. President, I will continue with an item from the First Deputy General Counsel. This item does require a vote. Authorize continued retention of the law firm Quinteros, Preto, Wood, and Boyer, PA. Mr. President, this item does require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri,
Yes.
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays, and this matter is adopted by the board. Mr. President, I will now continue with an item from the Chief Executive Officer. This item does require a vote. This is the warning resolution for Janice Cowley, tenured teacher assigned to A.N. Pritzker Elementary School. And Mr. President, this item does require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Or a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri,
Yes.
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays, Mr. President, and this item is adopted by the board. Mr. President, I will continue with items from the board, and these items do require a vote. The first report is to amend the December 2020 resolution RS7. It was the resolution by the Board of Education to amend the Chief Executive Officer's Janice K. Jackson employment contract. And this amendment, Mr. President, will revise the effective date of December 16, 2020 to July 1, 2020. Moving on to the second report, it's the resolution approving the Chief Executive Officer's recommendation to dismiss educational support personnel. And then we have the third report, resolution authorizing the honorable termination of a regularly certified and appointed teacher. And Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome?
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri?
Yes.
Member Todd Breland?
Yes.
Member Truss?
Yes.
Member Sotelo?
Yes.
And President Del Valle?
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays, Mr. President, and these items are adopted by the board. Thank you. Mr. President, and I believe that Board Member Rome has a motion, please.
I move that pursuant to Section 2.06D of the Open Meetings Act, board members have reviewed the redacted portions of closed session minutes previously open for public inspection for the period of July 1995 through December 2018. These minutes with noted redactions were open to the public by the board at various times from January 2012 to July 2020. The board finds that the need for confidentiality continues to exist for the redacted portions of these minutes, which portions will not be available for public inspection. Upon adoption of this motion, all existing closed session minutes from July 1995 through December 2018 will be available for public inspection with the continuing redactions noted.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome?
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri? Member Todd Breland?
Yes.
Member Truss?
Yes.
Member Sotelo?
Yes.
And President Del Valle?
Yes.
6 ayes, 0 nays. This motion is adopted by the board. Mr. President, and I believe Vice President Reveluri has a motion, please.
I move that pursuant to Section 2.06D of the Open Meetings Act, board members have reviewed closed session minutes for the period beginning January 2019 through June 2019. The board members have determined that the need for confidentiality does not exist as to those minutes, except as indicated in the redacted portions. Minutes were redacted for the following: first, privileged attorney-client communications; second, information subject to privacy or confidentiality protections in state or federal law; and third, information where the board determines it necessary to protect the public interest or the privacy of an individual. The board finds that the need for confidentiality as to the redacted material remains. And upon adoption of this motion, all closed session minutes from January 2019 through June 2019 with noted redactions will be available for public inspection.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome?
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri?
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Todd Breland?
Yes.
Member Truss?
Yes.
Member Sotelo?
Yes.
And President Del Valle?
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays. This motion is adopted by the board. And Mr. President, I believe that Board Member Todd Breland has a motion, please.
I move that the board adopt the minutes of the closed session meeting of December 16th, 2020. Board members have reviewed these minutes along with previously approved minutes of closed sessions from July 2020 through November 2020 in accordance with Section 2.06D of the Open Meetings Act. Following this review, board members have determined that the need for confidentiality exists as to all closed session minutes from July 2020 through December 2020, and therefore these minutes will not be available for public inspection.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome?
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri?
Yes.
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays, and this motion is adopted by the board. Mr. President, I believe that Board Member Truss has a motion, please.
Section 2.06C of the Open Meetings Act permits the destruction of audio recordings of closed session meetings no less than 18 months after the completion of a meeting if the board has, 1, approved the minutes of the closed meeting, and 2, approves the destruction. The board's closed session meetings from January 2019 until June 2019 occurred more than 18 months ago, and the board secretary maintains board-approved confidential minutes of all such closed sessions. I move that the audio recordings of the board's closed session meetings from January 2019 until June 2019, as itemized on the attached Appendix A, be authorized for destruction in accordance with the Open Meetings Act.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri, Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays, and this motion is adopted by the board. Mr. President, and I believe that Board Member Sotelo has a motion, please.
I move that the record of proceedings of the board meetings of December 16, 2020, prepared by the board secretary, be approved, and that such records of proceedings be posted on the Chicago Board of Education website in accordance with Section 2.06B of the Open Meetings Act.
Is there a second?
Second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Rome,
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri,
Yes.
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 0 nays, and this motion is adopted by the board. Mr. President, I will continue with real estate items, and these items do require a vote. The first report is to approve the purchase of the Teachers Academy for Mathematics and Science located at 501 West 35th Street. And the second report is the resolution designating for acquisition 3001 West 59th Street for an early childhood pre-K education center. And Mr. President, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
With a roll call, Member Rome,
Yes.
Vice President Reveluri,
Yes.
Member Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Truss,
Yes.
Member Sotelo,
Yes.
and President Del Valle.
Yes.
Mr. President, we have 6 ayes, 0 nays, and these real estate matters are adopted by the board. Mr. President, there are no further items on the executive agenda.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 We are adjourned. Thanks, everyone.